New, urban, ethical, authentic, sports, entertainment, something for the old, something for the new, something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEOs, then coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of my discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat kepa, graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV, Spoon Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEOs, then coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of my discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, tuto smooth. If you eat keep on graduate, my brother, tuto smooth. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, tuto smooth. Yeah, tuto smooth. You want to get a news update, tuto smooth. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon
Skidibidi-dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kua. Go to there.
And of course, it's 24 minutes up to 9 p.m. here in Liberia, wherever it is you listening to us from across the country. This is the award-winning Spoon Talk. So you're welcome wherever it is you listening to us from across the country. We say welcome to your award-winning program. To those of you watching us from all around the world, this indeed is your award-winning Spoon Talk as well. James Goodeflomo, how are you, sir? How are you doing?
Well, Damos Langa, I'm okay. How do you do?
How do you do?
I'm great. At least we are still alive and counter among the living. I'm part of the 8+ billion people on Earth.
Okay. What's going on? Say in the poor country again winging.
I may know how to wing it.
Since you enter the people country, they get wing.
Because the people that been playing, they are very good.
Okay. A lot happening in the country, folks. James is going to hang with me until the rest of the panelists do come on the show. The CEO and the rest of the panelists will present the award to the Liberian people on behalf of the show. So we're keeping the award here breathing. You know, it's the Ballon d'Or of radio talk shows in Liberia. It's here cracking. But a lot happening in the country. Key amongst those things happening is the impasse up Capitol Hill. You know, the question has been, who is the president going to submit the budget to? And from the previous communication from the executive, from the president did state that on the 8th of November, which is today, the budget would have been submitted, and still the impasse continues of Capitol Hill. So the president wrote the Senate and the clerk of the House of Representatives that, look, because the thing are happening up Capitol Hill, the hauling, the pooling, the palawa, who should resign, who should recuse, who should go, who's majority, who's minority. I can understand the whole thing are happening. So let me consult my legal team. Look, PR work, especially political PR, is serious. You should know the kind of language to use. So the president is saying he's consulting his legal team, experts. They will advise him on what to do. And having been advised, then the budget will be submitted. But equally so, he called on the legislators, the majority, the minority, and everybody else in between to settle their issue, to find an amicable way to settle their issue while he's having legal consultation. And just in case they're able to settle it before his legal consultation finishes, then he will see where to submit the budget. James, the president's communication, what does that speak to what's happening up Capitol Hill? A stalemate, an impasse that is causing the country, or it's just that the president doesn't want to be seen as taking a side, so he's left in the middle with that communication of legal consultation?
Well, Damo, the communication from the president has a deep meaning that only those with third eyes will understand where that communication came from and where the communication is headed and how they're going to play out. You know, there have been this tradition in Liberia that the president will present the budget to the speaker. And today we all thought that was the case. The speaker had to leave his home. He was resting. Remember, today is Friday, yesterday was Saturday. He had to rushly leave home to go on Capitol Hill when he was informed that the budget was on its way to him. And he got there. We saw some of our guys in the media, I don't know, they were doing propaganda or what they were doing. They first brought out yesterday picture that the executive has delivered the budget to the speaker. We had to come by and say, no, that did not happen. But the communication, bro, I'm just feeling sorry for all parties involved. That has to do with the majority bloc and the minority bloc. I'm feeling sorry for them. And the bigger picture is Liberia. Remember, that is the budget that we need to start operating as soon as possible. This budget year ends December. By December 31st, 2024 budget year will be over. We should be starting the new year with the new budget. And the way this consultation is going on, just to let you know that it might likely create another problem. If the consultation is not over until December 31st, where are we going to be, where we will be headed, where we're going to be headed as a nation. So I believe that the communication from the president is a win for the majority, because the speaker and his supporters were very confident that they were going to receive the budget today, and they got slapped in the ears. They did not receive the budget, just like the way the Supreme Court gave them heavy slap. So it's a win for the majority. And just just a quick flashback. This happened before. That was during Snow era. We had a budget then to present. What the president did, the president presented our budget to the majority, not
So
the
if
speaker.
you're using that historical reference, and you just said the fact that President Boyka did not present the budget to either the speaker or the majority black, and you say it's a win for the majority. If you've had a historical reference where when there is an impasse on Capitol Hill and the president submitted a budget to the majority, isn't that a loss for the majority in this case as well, that they didn't get the budget being submitted to them?
No, the majority did not expect the budget today. They did not expect the budget today, and they never even dream of expecting a budget today. They started expecting a budget today, and the entire country was the minority, the speaker's bloc. I said that the speaker, he's the constitutionally elected speaker of the Republic of Liberia, the head of the legislature. He should receive the budget. If you ask me, that's my opinion, that he should receive the budget. But my opinion is not anything in this matter. I believe that he should receive it. But at this point, looking at what happened yesterday when the same party was in power, when they were putting another speaker out yesterday, the president at the time did not go to the speaker. She presented the budget to the minority. That is the majority. And they were not even on Capitol Hill when they received the budget. They were somewhere around, what's the place? Well, Hotel Africa. Yeah, they were around there when the president delivered the budget to them. And that also had to push Senator Snow, to resign. So I am seeing us slowly following that path. I am suggesting, but that is not the final.
Just a quick question before we get to your suggestion. The fact that the president has, stepped on middle ground, or he's on the fence, that he's not going either side of the fence. Does this speak as well to, look, if you don't get your house in order, the Liberian people's budget is not going to be submitted, and you are to be blamed for this? Is it also a neutral way of the presidency also expressing itself that, look, our hands are not involved in this? So because our hands are not involved in this, we cannot take a side, or we cannot pick a side. So what are the purposes this communication, was able to provide or point out to the Liberian people from the angle of the presidency?
From the angle of the president, I believe that this communication deepened the wounds of the minority, a slap in the face. They did not receive what they expected, and also that the reason. Okay, okay.
Just go ahead, James.
All right. So I believe that it is a slap in the face of the majority, the minority. They did not get what they expected. But let's go into the letter. The letter said, or the letter referenced the ruling from the Supreme Court. And what has been an argument here, the speaker told us that the majority is not to be having their session. They are not doing legislative work. And the Supreme Court said it cannot bound them from having their session. And then the president also said in that letter that with reference to the Supreme Court ruling, so you see, basically or technically, the president is telling the speaker that the Supreme Court or the law says these people are not illegal, and you are not also illegal. What can I do an illegal minds? So there, it's like the majority can also receive the budget anytime, and the speaker can receive it. But again, the president wants the budget to be passed into law. How can this budget be passed? Only 2/3 of the legislature can have a session. If the Supreme Court did not declare these people illegal and they are beyond the 2/3 majority, they are 43, 2/3 should be 37, and the speaker is below. Technically, who can pass this budget if the both sides are not illegal? The side that has more than 40 or more than 37 members. So the president don't want to present his document to a side that will not pass the budget for the next 10, 15, 20 years if the confusion goes on. And he also do not want to violate or to disrespect a constitutionally elected leader. So he's between there. But I believe from my own perspective and what I've been looking at and who I've been talking to within the executive, I'm projecting that at the end of the day, if this is not settled, the president will or the executive will present the document to the side that will pass the budget. At that time, it's possible the speaker will have over 37, or the majority black will continue to have their 43, and then they will have the budget. That's my projection. But I cannot call it now to say it's final, but I'm just projecting that the president might likely end up with them.
So thank you, James. That is
And
very,
just to clarify, I'm not a lawyer, so don't say
we all know.
I'm a lawyer.
Somebody jokingly said a Liberian
I'm
person
not a
on the
lawyer.
SBs
I'm speaking
or on
based
the
on my
airwaves and
political.
gives you a disclaimer and say I'm not a lawyer, but then we'll
Yeah.
proceed to talk about the thing for almost 1 hour.
Yeah, so I'm not a lawyer. I just bring in historical facts. Sometimes to do some
Yeah.
analysis, you look at historical facts and bring them
At the end of the
together.
day, President Barker has said in his letter, one of the key messages in his letter is settle your impasse.
Yeah.
While we're doing legal consultation, settle your impasse, because if you do not settle your impasse, and after
Oh,
my legal
Yeah,
consultation,
not to tell. I'm sorry. Let me correct something. Simple majority, Article
Yeah.
33, Article 33 of the Liberian Constitution. Simple
Simple
majority. I'm
majority
sorry. Yeah,
forms
the
a
2/3 is what can put the speaker out or any member. The simple majority is what can have quorum.
what can I have for? So,
Yeah.
Dr. Richardson, it's a
Yes,
pleasure to
yes.
How are you doing? Looking so pretty in your African fabric. How are you, ma'am?
I'm doing well. How are you, Diamond? How are you? Good day.
Go money meal.
That's good. It's a very busy day for me today, but I'm here. Today we're here. Yeah.
Okay. It's a pleasure to have you here, Dr. Richardson. So the ECOWAS Parliament has also sent in a communique, not just to the majority and minority. They've sent that to other top level officials of the government of Liberia, including these are the rest of the people who received the communication from the ECOWAS Parliament. It include the president, the vice president, the pro tem, the speaker, the chairman of the 43 Black, the stubborn 43, if you want to call it that way. So the ECOWAS Parliament is saying they're coming into the country to have a conversation with our leaders concerning the impasse. Is it too early, to have them intervening in our internal matters? Has it reached the stage that we want ECOWAS intervention? That has also caused a serious debate, and others are accusing Senator Snow of playing this card in favor of Speaker Kofa, or of playing this card in favor of Speaker Kofa to bring on international or sub-regional pressure on what is happening in the country. There is a divided, conversation surrounding ECOWAS's pending intervention in this matter, Dr. Richardson and James.
Yeah, I expected our justice system, the Supreme Court, to facilitate the resolution of this matter immediately. But it appears to me that the Supreme Court is playing politics, or acting like they don't know their job. They don't know the spirit of the Constitution as it relates to check and balance system. They don't know how this whole impasse, this stalemate, this deadlock, this anti-government group is holding the Liberian people hostage. I call them the anti-government 43 members group, holding the Liberian people hostage. So there's no other alternative but for the ECOWAS to present themselves to impose themselves in our matter in this situation, because ECOWAS, remember now, spent a lot of time maintaining the peace in our country, a lot of money, a lot of manpower. So when anything happens within our region, to some extent it affects them. And they cited the resolution in according to their bylaws why they needed to come. And secondly, I think that, okay, I agree to send this letter out to everybody. That was a smart thing to do. When you're into conflict resolution, you don't want to isolate any party. You want to keep harmony between you who are resolving the conflict with all of the parties involved. So yes, to some extent, they are coming into the country and they are letting others know, including the president and the other group, and of course, the current speaker. They said that it came to perform an objective. I think I will not go anywhere beyond or what they came for. They have an objective, which they were clear in the letter. They said the first objective was to gather the root cause of this impasse at the House of Representatives and its implication on the stability of the member state. How does this deadlock, this ability for 43 members to hold the Liberian people hostage in terms of development and moving the producer Buckeye's government forward, how does this affect the region? So that's what they want to know. Then they said to engage with the key stakeholders to find a peaceful resolution to this impasse. So they will be talking to everyone. Like I said, they are coming in as a peacemaker, as conflict resolution people, and to propose a concrete recommendations to the ECOWAS authority, the Liberian authority, and all stakeholders with the view of maintaining political stability and cohesion in the member state. So that's what the objectives are. That's primary objectives. So that's what I understood. I didn't understand to them to take sides with anybody. I didn't understand them to give one person a letter and or say I'm in favor of the 43 members. I didn't understand that from them. I was just reading the letter, and that's what they said.
James?
Hello?
Yeah, you live.
You hear me?
Mm-hmm. You muted again.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, respectfully, I want to disagree with Dr. Richardson regarding her. Oh, I keep meeting myself. Regarding her comment. In the first place, the 43 or 44, quote unquote, are not unconstitutional group. They are not in unconstitutional group. They are working with the Constitution. We have one body in the country that has the authority to interpret the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. Quote unquote, we have the best brains there to interpret the Constitution. These people have reviewed the Constitution, and that is the justice in chamber, in consultation with some members, have reviewed the Constitution and come out with their verdict, or his office came out with a verdict that says, hey, you told me that these people activities are not constitutional, but looking at the Constitution, I cannot declare them unconstitutional, and I cannot stop them from working. So that alone should tell everyone that the both parties involved are working in line with the Constitution. The 43 members are not out, and the speaker is not out. And the speaker came back to say, I will also try another legal step. So we await to see where the speaker will go. That would be the full bench. So just to get rid of that, Ecowas is a supranational organization that has more than 2-3 nations. I think we should be about 15 or 16. Okay. Where are we that these guys will come now to see internal conflict, in fact, internal crisis that has not even extended to a national crisis. We have not reached the national part, right? To say we come in there and can't tell you this is an insult to Liberia. I'm sorry. It's an insult to Liberia and the entire Liberian governance system that we cannot settle our own matter. So they have to come in to settle this problem. What are they coming to do? Who took complaint to them? Because Senator Snow and Kofa, they are friends. Snow came on the radio here. He said the 43 members are not. He said some of their points are not okay. In fact, they are behaving somehow out of the law. So how can that individual become a mediator? We know who a mediator is. You should have no side. But he preempted already the outcome of the case, and he's coming back. Ecowas is bringing that man back to come in and mediate. Ecowas should be serious. This is one of the reasons why I believe that our international organizations or our supranational organizations in Africa cannot do well, including the AOU. They cannot, or the AU, they cannot do well, or they will not do well, because we forget about the priority points and go to things that will not even affect our organizations. What are they coming for? Can ECOWAS already tell us what they're coming for? And where have we reached before they coming in? They said President Buhari issued a directive. Have we reached to a point where our government is now functional? Now that ECOWAS has to come in? It's an insult. And I know the 43 members will respect them. They will attend the conference, but it will not bring any result. This can only be solved by Liberians at this time. We don't need peacekeepers. ECOWAS are coming in as peacekeepers. They are not peacekeepers right now. We are not at war.
Mr. Flomo, let me interrupt your train of thought for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
The ECOWAS Parliament that is sending the delegation to come to Liberia, is it wrong that they come in on a facts-finding mediation mission? Or should we wait to see if we cannot settle this at all before that comes in? Or is it really an external pressure, tactics being played by those who are bringing in ECOWAS to say, look, you see, even the sub-regional body is even involved in this, and it's going out of hand, it's going at a stage that we shouldn't allow it to happen. What do you think about their mediation attempt at this time? Is it ill-fated? Is it wrong? Is it too early? Or
so
before things go south than what it is already?
Yeah, before the guys come in, right? Let's be frank. Liberians or the legislature in Liberia can wake up today and say, we are impeaching President Buhari because he took breath. Our constitution says he should not take, I think, beyond 10,000 as a gift. Just in case it happened, or something like that come out. They say we want to impeach Parker, we want to impeach Senator Dillon, we want to take him off from the Senate, we want to impeach Goodyear from the Senate. ECOWAS going to be coming to internal organizational matters. To be frank, let's be real. These subnational organizations that we have, they have projection and they have time to move in. There are budgets for all of these things. I know in politics, these things are meant to spend, to make use of your annual budget in order to make report that we intervene in this matter in this country. We did this, we did that. I know, brother, coming to Liberia, they have padam, hotel, accommodation and so forth, everything. They have all of those things. So I think ECOWAS is not behaving like a supranational organization. They are behaving like an internal organization, like the Pro-Society or the Traditional Council of Liberia, the church organizations of Liberia. These are the people who should be coming in now to settle this problem. Not UN, not ECOWAS, not AOU or AU. They are not needed, bro. At this time, we don't need them.
All right, get your point. Dr. Richardson, anything else to say on this before we go to the phone lines quickly?
Yeah, the idea that Good Day is saying that we gotta wait until we get into war.
No, I did not say we should.
Well, I don't know what time. Is there a right time or wrong time for ECOWAS to intervene? They are telling you that ECOWAS has a vested interest in Liberia. If you recall, we have a fragile. Our country is even still fragile, okay? And if anything that affects Liberia is capable of affecting other regional bodies.
That's the register. I want to. Okay, go ahead.
You can't tell me it's not true because you don't know.
Go ahead.
You know that previous studies happened.
We have not even reached national level.
But get a woman chance to turn.
It like Jim Flomo and Damo making confusion in sports studio. Then ECOWAS will go in there.
ECOWAS has all rights to do that because
they have no right.
James, why can't you get Dr. Richardson chance to
go ahead, Dato?
Yes, ECOWAS was giving. I mean,
where are James? You mean you going to interrupt Dr. Richardson too? James getting to be a problem, Dr. Richardson.
So I'm saying that the Supreme Court, all right, was given an opportunity to resolve this problem. They are one of a branch of government, one of the highest body. Okay. When they speak according to the law, and they didn't intervene. And so ECOWAS is saying that we have a vested interest in this. We want to study the origins of this. We do not want this to spread. We don't want other parliaments thinking that they can just get our money, a group of people can just get our money and say we're going to remove the speaker or the president. There's nothing wrong with what you said, James. Constitutionally, that people have all rights to remove the speaker or the president if they want to impeach. That's in our constitution. However, you go through the procedure. This is what we are asking people to do. Go through
the man run away, Donald.
Go through the procedure, number one. Number two, instead of being concerned about the money that ECOWAS then spending in our country, be concerned about your lawmaker taking free money when they are not working. That's what I want.
Dr. Richardson, how you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good. Dr. Richardson, you all right? How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, Dr. Richardson. Dama Slanger, how you doing, Barry T?
I'm super, boss man. All right, sir.
Is that a symbol for real group?
No, real group logo. I didn't even finish facing here. You send it all on the Mazda. You send it all on the Mazda. You send it all on
for India. You want nothing for America. I ain't gonna do anything. But I met business. They come to tell their own. Dr. Richardson, always good to see you, man. It's something about you, Dr. Richardson, that that you refuse to take the call of the poll and they need it. Oh, what are you showing me there? Now what's that?
I just flash you.
Now what's that?
Yeah.
Let me flash you again.
Oh, Spoon Talk? Who said it?
Award, that award.
Who gave us such an award? It's beautiful.
The Liberia Broadcast Award is an annual event, and this award says the National Broadcasters Association of Liberia, NABEL. This is awarded to the best talk show of the year. Spoon
Awesome.
Talk. So I get
Awesome.
it. For you to
Thanks a lot. Listen. We are humble. Ladies and gentlemen, it's for you. Go to the radio station and ask Dama, and Dama will send it to you.
No
Hey, everybody got a good picture and take a picture.
I didn't get busy like every people in
I am
job.
telling you, I understand exactly what you're going through.
Woo!
Can I say something quickly before you get started? I forgot that I wanted to mention it when I got in. It was just a little conversation. Today on Spoon Talk, I mistakenly said that
On Spoon Talk, we just started Spoon
I'm
Talk.
sorry, on Spoon Talk Business. Today on Spoon Talk Business, I mistakenly said that the bricks that are used to build the Painesville Library were also included the construction. The construction of the library came from Big Tree. They only using the bricks. They didn't use the engineers to construct it, to design the building. So I just want to make that clarification because people were fussing over that. They are just using only the bricks from Big Tree, and they wanted me to make that clarification. So I'm just doing that now. I will do that next week Friday on the show. So thank you so much for allowing me to make this clarification.
Richardson, thank you very much. They can use the break, they can use anything out of business.
I'm telling you, you know that.
Well, listen, Dama. But I want to business that high. So somebody sent me and say, CEO Spoon Network. I'm blank. You said something the last time when Honorable Fonati Kufa was in the studio. The majority of those that try to remove him are Unity Party lawmakers. Can you please clarify? I am from such and such, and we do fact checks. So I replied, you do fact checks? Yes. Can you count the members of lawmakers that try to remove Fonati Kufa and let me know how many of them from the Unity Party? And listen, whenever we come on the show, if anybody want to do fact check, we appreciate you. Just do fact check and leave me alone. Because I will not go back to what I say. Listen, put that trophy up. And that's why the people like us in the city will give us trophy. They will give us reward. They will give us, but no, nothing beyond it. Nothing beyond the trophy, nothing beyond the award, nothing beyond the reward, nothing.
Somebody got money.
I can speak to that.
Oh, who got money? That's a message.
When I was talking to the producer, Lorena.
Wait. Who got money?
She said she got an envelope. I don't know if we got an envelope as well, but she
Lorena?
Yes, Lorena did say that to us
So,
today.
apart from Spoon Talk winning this award, which we want to again dedicate to all of our listeners and viewers all across the world, Investor Cholo Play also won Reporter of the Year.
That man
So that laugh that he did, that infamous laugh, that Antina laugh, that thing that everybody can remember.
And the Sylvester Cholo Play won Reporter of the Year, and that Vandela issue just happened days prior to the award, so it probably put it in pole position and helped.
Dama, let me ask you a question, Dama. Those are following us. We are not getting our folks. Everybody name just coming as Facebook user. Wow.
Yeah, that's what happened. It happened today too with us on Spoon Talk. We couldn't see. I
can't speak to that at the moment. We have to go behind the scene and see what's happening.
Yeah, everybody just coming as Facebook. Most.
Yes.
Yeah.
See what's happening. So let me leave the conversation for a bit, and then see what's happening.
Yes. Yeah, it was happening earlier today too. Stanton, we're on Spoon Talk Business today.
Yeah, I'm looking at.
Only just a few people's name came through. Like we see Theodosia Hart name is coming through. Good day. What's happening? Why when they get in there? You can see it.
Those who their names coming are people who watching from YouTube.
Oh, okay. So the YouTube.
Yeah, those who you can see their names.
Yeah.
It's normal. Sometimes. Yeah,
well, but we like to call the names of those who are here.
Yeah, no, we can't see the names. No. So all they can do is when you text in.
Did you put your name in there? Who texts in?
Yeah.
Some people are doing that already.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like Dennis Jala says he's watching from Singer Airfield. So yeah, if you can just put your name in the comment, then we'll be able to recognize you, because at this point, everybody's coming up as Facebook user. Like KAC Apartment is also watching. Chris Chilope is watching. Mama Johnson is watching from Pennsylvania. Thank you, Mama. James, you wanted to say something, or you have something else to add? Or
No, I left you talking. I had to go check on my food. So.
yeah, I mean, I said my own. You say your own, so that way we are.
Yeah, but to be frank,
Mhm.
even in a home where we have our moms and dad, not everything the children will do, the father will get into. Most often, the mothers are the one to handle most of the problems in the home. A problem that you will see the father getting in on, you who the mother is tired with, just know that you are done. Yeah, know that
But
you are done.
James, maybe the mother and the father in the home, they that said they be inhibited by whatever reasons, they are distracted, they are not willing to intervene. You know, when you are small, when you and your brother get into some kind of fight, your mom that you be your fight until you're tired, so you can learn to respect each other, right?
My brother grew up, he saw me big. He could not even make mistake.
Anyway, I'll tell you, when I was small, me and my brother, I got two boys behind me. So when we got into any kind of argument or fight, my mom would spread our furniture in the living room. And she'll put both of us in the middle and say, "You fight when you get tired, that will be you." For fighting, we learn a lesson from there. Yeah, I will sure did fight.
Yeah, but again, just to correct something, the Supreme Court has not completed everything. That was just the justice in chamber. Let's wait. Maybe Speaker Kofa will take it to the full bench in the coming days.
James, sometimes I know you're a very busy young man. You're going to school, you're working, and sometimes you don't follow the news like before. I want to just inform Baron, Lasana, and all of them that sometimes you really don't follow the news like before because you're very busy, and I appreciate you and I applaud you for that. So you'll meet us in season 3. Just wait. You'll meet us in season 3. What are you
So,
laughing?
Stenson, so people
Yeah.
are putting their name when you're reading the comments. We ask you to just put their name in the comments. It said, so since everything's coming out of Facebook user, they can put their name, like
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I can see it. You're right
it's
because
their
I don't know what's happening.
website. Yeah, because
Yeah, but we're gonna have a show. Either way, Facebook try will deal with that according to the law of Facebook. We're gonna have a show. Dr. Richardson, let's get into the thing. James, can you please upload, please? Can you upload everything I sent you today, the different letters and information, please? I'm asking you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Spoon Talk. We are here again. Today is the 8th of November, 2024. A lot is happening in our country. Fonati Kofa, the speaker, counselor Fonati Kofa seat is in hot water. We have called on Ecowas. We have the letter written to everybody. I have the vice president letter. It was sent to him. I have the speaker letter, the pro tem, the deputy speaker, Thomas Fada, who is presiding, the chairman for the 3-man block, even they wrote the president. I can confirm to you who complained to Ecowas. Why are they coming in? We'll discuss it. But now, yes, the important thing, Dr. Richardson, it's good to see you, Uncle Sam. That today the letter was written also to the chief clerk. What that letter means from the executive branch, have they taken us side? And that's what we put on our flyer today. We will be speaking to everybody. Snow will be on the show tonight. The 43-man spokesperson. We have appointed a spokesperson for the 43 men, and the person is representative for the massacre. Very, very sharp.
Oh.
For the family, he will be coming on. And we will be speaking to a member from the Fonati camp as well. We will be again reaching out to Ellen, because what is happening? Have the executive taken side? I mean, say what you want to say. We'll be calling Mo Ali likewise. Mo Ali should be appearing on Tuesday. Will he appear? But listen, the House of Representatives, the executive decision, this is powerful. This is shaking the Ecowas community. And we can announce that the president is about to take a trip to Sierra Leone.
Oh.
We can announce that the vice president too is about to take a trip.
Oh,
And we announce all these different trips that they're going all of the country. I don't know whether President Baga going to drive to see the road or President Baga will take a plane to go into Sierra Leone. I don't know. But the
what time
president is
you announce
praying.
that you be visiting Magibi?
See that?
What time you announce that the president will be visiting Magibi, Cape Mount?
That means doing the president's schedule to announce that he'll be visiting McGibby Cape Mount. And that means do the president's schedule. So we just want to say that. And you know, there's something serious happening. They say, but Stanton, you cannot talk on this one. The issue between Liberia and Guinea, it's a national security issue. And I hope we have time to discuss it. The national security issue between Liberia and Guinea that also involve Sierra Leone. So the president trip to Sierra Leone is very important. I hope they will give me clearance to discuss this one because it's about something the junta. So I hope I'll be having clearance. I hope they protect me. I hope Samuel Kofi Woods, the national security advisor to the president, Prince C. Johnson, the NSA director, I hope they can protect me, but they will say, no, don't talk it. But again, Uncle Sam, it's been a while, Uncle Sam. Are you okay?
Oh, I'm very much okay. I just been extremely busy doing.
Listen, I'm sorry that Kamala Harris lost the election, but we're not talking about the election on that one. But are you okay? I can see you. You're more darker than before. I mean, when you were in South Africa, you were lighter, you were shining. When you're in Liberia, you were happy. You had strength. But what's going on? You're in the United States of America, but you're kind of too dark, Uncle Sam. Are you okay? We are concerned.
No, I think it's just the light. It's just the lighting in here. There's nothing wrong with me. It's just that maybe look if I come over here, yeah, they see it. It's a lot better. See it? I'm fine. Yeah.
No. Uncle Sam, but are you okay though?
Oh, health wise, I did my last checkups. Which was in what September. I'm fine. My PSA level is undetectable. My blood, everything is fine. There's no sign of cancer. Just been extremely busy.
So sorry, Uncle Sam. Good day. Can you check out with Diamond in studio? They went on up. Yeah. He's coming. Go ahead.
Thank you for your concern, but I can assure you that I'm doing very, very well. I just arrived here on Tuesday, and I was dealing with some water damage for the last 2 days. But the whole ceiling is collapsing on the stairs, the house, and because of something with the HVAC system.
So you're spending a lot of money, though.
Well, no, I have insurance, so the adjuster is coming on Monday with a contractor to do the adjustment. I have a deductible of $2,700, and so we'll see. But I mean, everything is in this country. I mean, you deal with the system, but bottom line is I've been extremely busy doing a lot of things. I'm doing, a property management company in Detroit. We're talking to some hedge funds there. They want to buy 43 of the properties out of our property management company. And so I'm doing a lot of stuff. I'm doing things with my equipment leasing. I got a truck arriving in Liberia by the end of the month, and I'm going to put it into a fleet.
Thank you very much. You're going to put it in Thomas Father fleet because we got information that Thomas Father to get all the truck with Asala Mita and Wesley Cluster here in St. Joseph and all of that. Let me pause it a little bit. The deputy speaker, he got so many connections. But Uncle Sam, we are not.
No, what I'm saying basically, those are the kind of things I've been doing just to basically get myself together. At my age, you need to have reliable income, solid income, and you need to. Unfortunately for Liberia, you still got to be working in Liberia, but I'm 71 and I'm kicking it, man. So I want to tell everybody, thank you. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Everything is great. Thank you, Lord Jesus. And I want to tell Stanton and everybody for keeping this medium alive when I was traveling. But I'm in my water now. I'm settled and I'm ready to be a spoon for the next several days. Thank you very much.
As always, man. As always, we do. Listen, I miss you a lot. I got the highest of respect for you. It's not a joke. I do, because you're a good man. You bring that vast knowledge and experience into good governance.
And Stanton, I'm a very hard-working man. I've been doing real estate in America since 1977. I had a cleaning business in Atlanta. I sold Kirby as a distributor, and been doing some property buying and selling, and all of that. And in Liberia, I had my ice business, ice factory. I had a dollar store. I had a restaurant. I had a Total gas station. So I'm always hustling.
But these are the things I've been thinking of while we getting ready to get into this show, Dr. Richards. I've been thinking about this. Why folks like Steven Johnson and Mo Ali can show some respect to Uncle Sam and copy from him and learn from him and and try to be like him. That they can live to be 70, 71 years old with property in South Africa, property in Ghana, property in Detroit, in New York, and all over you go. There's a man making a lot of money, married to a young, beautiful lady. What about Steven Johnson and Mo Ali always speaking on him? And I think they're jealous of him.
No, Stanton, I think basically they like to jerk my chain so I can respond, and that's basically it. I mean, but because it takes stuff like I didn't graduate from college, I was not I was not in the military. I'm a liar. I'm a this. I'm a that. So all of those things those are my picking. I understand it. They're looking for attention from me, and I accept it. I love them. I have nothing against them. And they're doing what they're supposed to do because they believe that I'm attacking their government. So it's fine. It's fine. And we move. Ladies and gentlemen, share the show. I don't know what Facebook called it. You got Facebook user. They refuse to add your name. But share the show. We are here. We are here again. A beautiful Friday. Wherever you're spending the Friday, whether you... I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. Whatever you're spending the Friday, we want to say share the show. It's good to have you. Tonight we have Edwin Melvin Snow, Senator Snow, will be on speaking to us about the arrival of the Ecowas Parliament. What's going on? Who called Ecowas? Are we having another peace accord in Abuja? Is the House of Representatives member have to travel to Lagos for another peace accord to Takrade? I mean, what's going on here? But listen, maybe we're going to Burkina Faso, but we're going to have Edwin Melvin Snow to explain. Have the executive taken a position here, folks? Everywhere you find yourself, have the executive taken a position based on the letter? But I want to show you a little thing off cuff, just a little bit. Because Uncle Sam said he got a couple of trucks going in the country. You see this one? Thomas Farah. Thomas Farah, who is presiding. Thomas Farah have so many trucks in the country. His company, Desire Construction, he got 32 trucks. You know how much money Thomas Farah making? I'm not saying it's a crime. 10F movement equipment. You know the position he was holding. We can go through the budget line and see how much money Thomas Farah make since he got into the legislature. Listen, we were talking about Thomas Farah, my friend. We were talking about Thomas Farah. I got no problem with Thomas Farah, and he has no problem with me. But let's just be fair, Dr. Richard said. How do people can say that one? What is good for the goose is good for the gainers? How do they say that, Richard say? Something like that. So I want to say to all of you, wherever you find yourself today, turn to spoon.
But let me ask you something, Stanton. Is there a law that prohibits a legislator from owning a business or running a business and owning a truck?
But I understand. Fanatia, man, ask him. Because Fanatia had to recruit himself from all this dealing with his company. He said, I'm not part of it. So ask Fanatia.
No, I'm asking you. You don't want to brought it up about Thomas Farah.
Listen, I'm saying there's a caveat. Listen, I will discuss Thomas Farah holistically. But right now, I do my Stanton thing. Right now, the Liberian people will decide which side. Listen, Thomas Farah got over 100 trucks with Asalamita, with Western Cluster, with B Mountain. The man got water factory. The man got a university. The man got money when he was serving. Different things in the budget. You guys asking Thomas Farah to be your next speaker? Is that from frying pan to frying pan? But then Richardson, let's hear you.
I mean, to speak to what Mr. Jackson was saying, Uncle Sam was saying is that if Thomas Farah is going to be an oversight officer, he's going to oversee the Western Cluster, okay? He's supposed to be involved in lawmaking with the Western Cluster. He's supposed to be representing the people of government. Then how is it that he can own these trucks? How is he going to be objective when it comes to overseeing, Western Cluster, because he's benefiting in some ways from Western Cluster. He's using his trucks to bring the transport the iron ore or what have you in that area. So this is, in that case, it's a conflict of interest. It's he's
Dr. Richardson, you are 100% right. We are fighting for that Kofa and saying, Mr. Speaker, you are wrong. And Thomas Fala and other lawmakers, they having over hundreds of trucks with B Mountain making millions of dollars. You got, I'm hearing the name, Nathaniel Falo Michael. I'm hearing Abochie. I'm hearing Sir Joseph. Just look at this list. For the sake of good heaven. You want to make Thomas Fala your speaker and your deputy speaker. You from the 43 men black. But Thomas Fala is willing and dealing. How can he speak against Aseramita? How can he speak against B Martin? How can he speak against Western Cluster? How can Thomas Fala speak against these people when he is there with them, when he's making millions of dollars every month, every week, every day? Is he the angel? Or guess what? He's the devil that willing to repent and return to heaven. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is not Thomas Fala conversation. I'm just saying something because I'm bored. I got nothing to do. I got saying something because I'm happy to be on Spoon Talk today. Are you happy? If somebody out there happy to be on Spoon Talk, please let us know. If you're on the radio and you're happy that you are on Spoon Talk, please let us know. Are you happy? Are you happy to come and get nothing but the truth that is not compromised? That we can go above and beyond and tell the nation that we will not take what you're offering us because we need to tell the Liberian people the truth. Are you happy to be on Spoon Talk? Or somebody say, I'm excited to be on Spoon Talk. Another person say, CEO, I am so happy to be on Spoon Talk. Fede Barra say, as always, also, man, Facebook blacking your name. But you put it there. You're happy. Uncle Sam, the people are happy to be on Spoon Talk. Every one of you, please share the show. Every one of you. Go on Facebook and share. But let's get into the show. Except you guys want to add anything, I'm ready to rock and roll. We got 2 more minutes to 9:30. Then we get into this thing. Dr. Richards, you want to add anything? Anything that I'm not thinking about right now?
I just want us to be clear that I, along with some of my panelists, are not talking on behalf of Fanati Kofa. We are talking on behalf of the rule of law, on behalf of the Constitution, on behalf of making sure that people adhere to the Constitution. We can't have all these people who are breaking the law in the legislature. And then being the judge, jury, and the judge and jury of the case.
Yeah, let me share something right quick. I mentioned yesterday. This is, I'm just like, I see in the air immigrant in the back. Air immigrant, it's good to see you. The rest of the guys come here. We got the time different. But I want to show this to you guys. I want to hear from y'all. I tried to share it last night. You guys ran away from me. And I hope the guys then didn't take it down. This one. So, ladies and gentlemen, we closed up on this thing yesterday a little bit. Dr. Richardson, this is an embarrassment to these lawmakers, though. The senator then fighting for their cars. They are begging. They will do everything they can to get our car. But you know what is amazing? They don't say he couldn't take the car. They don't say let the people take the money back. The senator of Moserado here in St. Joseph, their name as the first name appearing for car, Prestige Motor. The guy said they will not sign any paper till they get a $45,000 car. They care less who talk. Senators listing for Prestige Motor. We got so many documents on this, right? The pickups and everything else, they want a car. Let's just do a side conversation real quick. Don't tell me that, it's part of the budget, it's a law. We know that because they make it and turn it into law. Do you think any of these senators deserve another car? Almost $12 million. Now they want to go wherever the executive. But guess what happened? The executive told us, we know them, we beyond them, and Amin Boda resigned. That I should say, what you make of this? Liberian students in Moserado County, look at the two senators, Sir Joseph and Darius DeLong. The people, when it rain, they sleep under the water. They sleep under the rain. The roads are so bad. The healthcare system is worse. Forget the education system. The Liberian people have turned to be beggars. And Sir Joseph and Darius DeLong said they must. Nothing can stop them. They must. I don't know who in the bag with Yahoo.com. I don't know who's that. Can somebody tell me who in the bag with Yahoo.com?
We're supposed to have a guest today. The people who made a donation by way of Edwin Gray.
I thought we said today. I thought we said Saturday.
Oh, I don't. Is that
you said Saturday?
Yeah, we said Saturday though. I swear you made the man dress up, he come on national TV. Hey, my man, but I will bake you, but I do Saturday, but we don't put some fire in the hole. You made the man to dress up everything. Let me bring the man on small, my man, because I mean, yeah, my man.
Yeah, just bring us. We can come back on Saturday.
My man, oh, I see it. My own man, listen, the man didn't give me the information. We said Saturday.
All right.
Hey, man, but your name is not even appearing. It says Faso55 at yahoo.com.
Mm-hmm.
That your name Faso55?
I'll be emailing him.
But seriously, I don't want to get you involved into the politics. We have started the show, but we can announce to you, just introduce yourself and we can see you tomorrow by God's grace. Introduce yourself and your program. I don't want to get you messed up in our politics thing we're doing. So,
all right, Senator, thank you, man. Thank you so much. Thank you, the panelists, Dr. Francine, thank you. Remy Gray, thank you. And Samuel Jackson, thank you so much. My name is Pastor Sheldon, representing Servant Leadership Network. We will be introducing ourselves better and making our donation to the network. But thank you so much for the opportunity. Hope to see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Brother Shad. It's always good seeing you again. Sorry, but we will have you tomorrow. So we're looking for, and thank you for your contribution in the amount of $500. That will be going towards the rest issue. Another group, the Fulani group, have contributed $1,000. So right now we get $1,005. So a lot of people contributing. We're going to collect rice, 1,000 or more bag of rice for our Christmas distribution. Thank you very much, sir, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
We appreciate your patience with this adjustment, okay?
Thank you
so much.
You're welcome.
Yes,
you're welcome.
Yeah. I know that Aaron McGray tried to get a man in Zico, yeah. Because I won't put a man in politics. I beg you, yeah. So, but Dr. Richardson, to me, because we got to start this thing about DeLong and the rest of them, fighting for this guy issue, man.
This is heartbreaking in a way, because there is not a modern organization that I've worked with or been exposed to that just in a blanket way, in a general way, in a way that does not ask too many questions, that offer cards to people just as it is. Okay, there's methods that we can go about this problem. It's been a long time since we've just been giving these senators just cards. Why? I mean, why would a senator who is in Moserado County, where the rules are fairly good, okay, need a $45,000 car? I'm not sure, especially every 2 years they do it. They change these cars every 2 years, if I'm understanding it correctly.
It's every 3 years. Every 3 years.
Every 3 years.
Thank you, guys. Every 3 years. Even if it was 3 years, most people don't change their cars if you pay for it every 3 years, except if you leasing it, okay? And then they have the opportunity to buy it back, if I'm speaking correctly, right? So it's that.
No, they didn't buy it back. They would keep it for them. They don't buy it back. They do not. To be frank, but this is my frustration, Uncle Sam. And it's important for us to say this. Most recently, look at what happened to our country. The whole city was underwater. And these guys are doing nothing. To Immoserado, the two senators, Sir Joseph and DeLong, they are doing nothing, zero. Let us the Liberian people, when were they ever visited by Sir Joseph or DeLong? To say, I feel your pain. I know what you're going through. I know that we got to solve this problem in Clarendon. Clarendon, the water is taking over. West Point, Newton. When did they ever see DeLong or Sir Joseph? We can ask the Liberian people, those in Morovia, Moserado, have you seen your senator going to say, yes, let me get involved? When the whole city is flooded? When have these guys done fight the fight for the Liberian people? They are on paper, going to Prestige Moto, begging for the 45,000 car. There was a time that they don't say you know whether the car. I'm just saying, I mean, what make people so bad and wicked on their fellow Liberians that it must only be about them? I want you to talk to me, Uncle Sam.
Okay, so Stanton, one of the reasons why Liberians voted to put President Boyka in power because he made a promise to rescue the people. And in rescuing the people, one of the things that you have to do is to manage the people's meager resources. And in managing the people's meager resources, you have to be very prudent in money management. And being prudent in money management means undoing all of those things that have led to fraud, waste, and abuse in the budget, right? So look, the whole thing about why they changed the cars every 3 years is simple. Because the revenue code that we wrote in 2000 says that in a straight line depreciation, movable objects like a car, you will depreciate it fully 33 1/3% per year for 3 years, right? So then the lawmakers and others in the government try to use that revenue and finance code law dealing to depreciation of private property to use to depreciate government vehicles. So what they're doing is they're depreciating all new government vehicles that were bought in 3 years. And they're seeing effectively the book value is zero. So if the book value is zero at the end of 3 years, then they also instituted a procedure where you can buy the car for little or nothing. And this is all part of the corruption. And this is all part of the bad management.
Sam, that's my problem. Thank you very much. We're just going to spend a short time on this. We got a lot of things.
But I need to finish, Stanton. It is important for people to understand that there needs to be reforms, fiscal reforms, solid fiscal reforms. And the budget of the Republic of Liberia, which should be the second budget of President Joseph Yema Boyka, should be reflective of the realities in the country where we have limited resources with a lot of competing priorities.
Uncle Sam, let me interrupt you, please. I agree with what you are saying here, and we'll talk about the executive and the President Boyka. Uncle Sam, there's a Dillon that was against the $45,000 car. There's a Dillon that said, in a major newspaper, no vehicle for senator yet. They don't clarify this. Right there, July 5th, 2024. He said, no. We don't receive any vehicle yet. No. I'm not going to take any $45,000 car. This is DeLong being double DeLong. And we can deal with Sir Joseph. You can go all the way and clarify and send medication with Sir Joseph. Sir Joseph is also part of the problem. But this is your bastard brother DeLong. Can the real DeLong stand up?
So
no. Let me finish, Uncle Sam. It's very important for me to end on this one. Moserado County Senator Abraham Darius DeLong has clarified that no senator has received the portion of the 45,000 US vehicle. I mean, must you lie all the time? And while DeLong is doing that, ladies and gentlemen, to be fair, while DeLong clarifying, there you have it. DeLong named James Banning Jane Blebo Brown, Joseph Jala, Sir Joseph, they are all begging President Motors to sell our cars. So which is which? They don't say we receive it yet. No. Conogre, don't laugh. Conogre, I beg you. I don't laugh when you laugh, Conogre. Please don't laugh. Which is which? Oh, on the newspaper, they don't say he clarified. The Mozzarella senator say they didn't receive no vehicle yet. And he's right, yet. Because as of July 5th, they didn't receive the vehicle. But thereafter, hey man, Uncle Sam, don't do this thing, man. I know you're fighting for Dylan to go Grand Basel to launch his campaign.
No, I'm not. No.
How can we be such a hypocrite yet?
So what I would say, very frankly, is that my friend and brother, ADD, needs to do some image mending, because the way that he came in and the way that he presented himself and the way that people voted for him overwhelmingly because of the things that he said, okay, I'm not sure to what extent he's abiding by those things that made him to be senator, but he has an image problem. A lot of places you go on social media and around Monrovia and Montserrat County and other parts of Liberia, Dylan does not have a good image. And if he's listening to me today, he needs to do something to improve that his image, because he does not appear anymore like the light that was elected to bring light and clarity and reforms in the legislature. And that is a sad point, because Dylan is an extremely good name. The first mistake he made on that airplane ticket, where he was sitting down in business class and he lied. And he apologized for that. But once you lie one time, a deliberate lie, a lie meant to confuse the people, or a lie that meant to just abuse your people, abuse their intelligence, then you have a lot of work to do. My friend Abraham Darius Dillon, if you're listening today, you are gradually losing that image of integrity that you brought to the legislature, and they're calling you Chinese light, they're calling you all kinds of things. And I think my friend Darius Dillon needs to do something, but he's doing something which is on the drug thing. He has a drug rehab center. He's doing very well. Sir Joseph is doing extremely well in terms of in his community, building vocational educational schools, building a university. And you know what he did during the Ebola? Those are two very good people.
Those are cover up. Let's face the real issue. When you talk about Mozzarella, Conor, when you talk about Mozzarella, you talk about Liberia. For you to be one of the two senators of Mozzarella, or both of them now representing Mozzarella, and you are treating the people that live in Mozzarella in such a way, it's a reflection to hypocrisy right there. This is what Dylan is doing. He come up on and say, we haven't received no vehicle yet. The news media lying. We are still talking. They're in the back on the grade. They don't have fighting and saying that we want our vehicle. How can you be double standard, man? We're not stupid no more. So when you talk about DeLong or you talk about Sir Joseph, let's talk about who actually helping the Liberian people here, man. Colonel Greg, take it away. We got to go on our training other stories. Take it away.
You know, Central also the debacle and the catastrophic losses our people went through just recent flooding. One would think that their senator or their lawmaker would be leading the vanguard to even advocate on their behalf, whether to find low prices for people to be able to recoup their lives. But legislating in Liberia has become more an advocacy for oneself. I mean, those who are in the process, in the corridor, they have forgotten their cardinal role and responsibility. They're there to advocate on the people's behalf. It's all about themselves now. I mean, it becoming so insensitive. If you want to ask for your car, I would have held on a little bit. More so when we have this stall at the lower house. You know, more so when we're going through going through this constitutional crisis in a way where we probably don't have any glimpse as to when the budget will go through. We have all of this piling up amidst people struggling with the recent flooding. Anybody will say, you know what? Let's not. This was not the time to ask. For that car. That is
My man, Colonel Gray, you're right, but that's wickedness, my brother.
It is.
I'm gonna play the video of the people that are under the water swimming.
Yeah.
I'll play the video of the people in Monserrado. They got nowhere to stay.
People have lost their
I'm surprised. I got more document on this whole car issue from Captos Moto, from Prestige Moto. I'm surprised when I see this guy's name. I got the car picture and all, the pickup. Look at the long car that he's driving now. Do you think that car need to be replaced? Look at Sir Joseph. You know how many cars Sir Joseph have? Do you think his car need to be replaced? But look at our people living condition in Monserrado. We were talking about the executive, but this is wickedness. When they don't appear to the media, and he said, no, I have to clarify. And you have to revert because he's Mr. Revert. Abraham Darius DeLong has clarified that no senator has received the portion of the 45,000 vehicle. That's DeLong. That means you're going to ask DeLong, what happened today? They don't need me some paper. Senators listing for Prestige Moto. The Liberian Senate, Capitol Building, Capitol Hill, Monrovia, Liberia, West Africa. Director of Procurement. Senate, we need our car. What a mess. But may God save our state. We got to move on, guys. I have the rest of the document. I can promise you, I will bring those documents to you from Captos Moto, from Prestige Moto. I will bring them to you because this embarrassment must stop. You cannot be an angel in the day and a witchcraft in the night. You cannot do this to the Liberian people. This is massive corruption. That's why they cannot audit the Senate. Yombi cannot audit the Senate. Because our chair told Yombi, if you audit that Senate, we're going to remove you. Yombi cannot audit the Senate. Prince Moyi told her, Delon said there should be no audit in the Senate. Because when you audit the Senate, all these things will happen. So they are saying there should be no audit. How every committee had using millions of dollars. Go ask Yomli. She afraid. By fire, by force, the same thing that happened to Fanatikofa, they will do it to her. I dare Yomli call for audit. Comprehensive audit in the Senate. It would never happen. Never. And they don't say don't even try it. I want you to say you try it, we'll remove you. Let me welcome my brother from Dela Patrick that removed me from the chat room. I'm saying, complaining to him, I will remove him from the spoon chat room too. I'm cool, man. I operate. I got no secret. But let me welcome you, my dear brother and friend, Fendela Patrick. And let me give you a second to talk about this before we go in the show. I mean, what you make about this two story? One, the names is on the car issue, and this came out recently. Two, the man said he clarified they didn't receive car yet. I mean, where are you, my brother Patrick? Welcome to Spoon Talk.
You know, CEO, don't remove me from the chat room. Don't do that. That would be the greatest mistake. You know, I love you and you love me. In the midst of my disagreement, I still consider you to be my friend. But I know tonight you'll be disappointed in me. I support the decision of Senator DeLong. Budget is the law. And this is why many people don't like me. A few years ago, we said the senator should not ride car above $45,000. Senator DeLong criticized. I can send you a screenshot. He wrote on his Facebook page that the senators were riding luxurious cars while the people were suffering.
Is it 45,000? I bought 45,000. 45,000.
No, I'm saying that amount is even too much. But again, let's get this clear. The budget is a law. When appropriations are made in the budget, to say all senators will rack out that cost $45,000. The president is aware. After they have done all the cutting down and increment, they send it to the president. The president sits, review everything. When he signs, it becomes a law. If you question the $45,000 card that the senators write, that they are deceptive, it means you question the decision of the president. He signed the budget into law. If you question anything that the senators did, whether they put kitchen, utensil, spoon, whatever in the budget, and the president goes and sign, and you question it today, the president that you claim to love and celebrate, it means you disagree with the president. You
on the car issue, don't go too far. I can tell you right now, I disagree with the president on the $45,000 car issue.
The budget is law.
Who make it law?
Listen,
who make it law? Federa Patrick. I know you want to take it on Joseph Baka. I know that. I know you want to say he signed, so you make it law. But my question is, Federa Patrick, it came from them. They all make it law. It doesn't mean that it's right. That's my own argument.
Right. No,
so thank you for agreeing with me. You remember, listen, I can disagree with President Baka. I can disagree with President Baka.
The president should listen.
But I don't come in the CEO team, but I'm CEO again.
Okay, Stanton. I have argued that it is unjust for lawmakers to dress more than the country. The country is dirty. Our roads are bad. The rackers that work for the $5,000 in the community, that they don't have good rules. I have questioned that.
Thank you.
I have questioned the sincerity of the lawmakers. But again, when the president signs the national budget into law, it becomes a policy.
Yeah, but Federa Patrick.
We are saying it is wrong.
Federa Patrick. Thank you for saying it is wrong. Let me ask you the last question because we got to move on to the current issue here. Federa Patrick. Why can't they not just come and say, you know what, that's the law, I'm taking my car, and they try to change it? Why they too much of lying? We receive it yet, we will receive it. I'm against it, I'm for it. I mean, how can you be so conflicted?
Bro, let me say something about the law. You know, I'm one person that really criticizing, even all of you who are listening here tonight, yeah, Google, I have sent in many open letters. I don't shy away when I disagree with people. That's me. But look, if they don't receive that car, he will tell you, I know that individual. If he receive it, he will say,
but why is he at one time he will say, I don't want it, it's bad money, that blood money. Another time it's wrong, we got to reduce our paycheck. Another time it's wrong, we got to reduce our gasoline and fuel. They can't money that too big. But then in the back, you're receiving it. I mean, just be straight up. Be straight up. Be straight up.
What I'm saying tonight is important to really say some things from our heart. That's why I tell people I don't speak from my lips, I speak from my heart. When I speak, I mean business. Delon is aware that he's been criticized, and one thing I noticed about him, he does not shy away from criticism. If he's doing wrong, he will come out to admit and defend. He will say this thing is this, he will defend it. If they receive cars, he will say it and he will defend it.
But I don't say you're not receiving cars. That's the point. But let us move on. We got to get to this thing. What time it is? 6 more minutes to 10 p.m. in Liberia. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Spoon Talk. Let's talk this show. We're going to be calling Edwin Melvin Snow on the Ecowas documentation that was received. The president of the Republic of Liberia received that letter. The vice president received that letter. The pro tem received that letter. The speaker received the letter. Thomas Fana received it. The chairman for the three men received the letter. And Edwin Snow received a letter. And Edwin Snow is part of the Ecowas committee. He's the leader. He's chairing that committee. We're going to be speaking to Edwin Snow tonight. What Ecowas coming back in our country for? The whole House of Representatives concern Ecowas. What Ecowas coming back in our country? You want to know? Are we going to Abuja, Accor? Are we going to Yamasoko, Accor? Are we going to the Lagos, Accor? Are we going back to Burkina Faso, Accor? Whatever Accor. I mean, Ecowas feeling with Ghana now. They feeling with the junta. They feeling with Sierra Leone, that Liberia Parliament they coming to. We will be speaking to Edmund Mervyn Snow. Who invited Ecowas? Ladies and gentlemen, share the show and let's have a great conversation. Dr. Richardson, let's talk about this, then we'll go to the speaker issue. Yeah, we are. I don't know which one you want us to go on first. The executive letter before Ecowas? Which one?
Maybe let's do the.
Let's start the executive letter, which will bring out Ecowas, right?
Yes, but then tell us what with the executive letter, the president, is that the budget? Yes, the budget.
Yeah.
So executive letter, CEO. There are two executive letters. One from the chief of protocol of Liberia, posted in the chat room, recognizing the speaker with respect to.
No, brother. Only one moderator now. We're talking about the one today.
Okay.
But you're talking about letter. There are two letters today from the office of the president.
Brother, can I do the thing small? So which one you want us to start with, Mr. Vendetta Patrick? You are muted. We're not hearing you. You are muted.
The one from the Minister of Finance, that's the most important one. The delay of the budget.
Okay. The delay of the budget. And the second one, we'll take it step by step. And that Patrick, because you know I like you, my friend, but so many people out there really don't like you. So let me tell you now. So I will consider you. So again, we are talking about the letters, the two letters. The first one we received this morning was the one addressed to the chief clerk. Am I correct?
Yes.
Which will be this one.
Okay. Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So is this letter?
Yes.
Okay, to the chief clerk. Now, let's just go into it a little bit. You read the letter. We're going to just run through it, chair, for the people to understand. Dr. Richardson, let me start with you, or you want me to start with Uncle Sam then? Because sometimes
start with Uncle Sam because I just want to. I was thinking about the two letters, so go ahead.
Okay, so Uncle Sam, you read this letter, Uncle Sam. I mean, the letter addressed to the chief clerk. House of Representatives, not the one going to the Senate. What say you about this letter? What scares you? What are you thinking?
Well, nothing scares me. It shows the indecisive nature of President Boycott. And he's getting bad legal advice. Because Fanati Kofa is the speaker. There has been no election or procedure to remove him. If you have a bunch of renegade legislators meeting in a different venue and calling themselves and arrogating to themselves legitimacy, there's only one person in this whole arrangement that can go and say who he recognizes based upon the law. Based upon the law. And I believe it's Article 33. It tells you what it means to be a speaker with a gavel of authority and how you can remove the speaker. It doesn't say 1/3. It doesn't say 42. It doesn't say 43. It says 2/3, which are 49. And if they cannot meet the 49, it's like Donald Trump was tried. Right? And the House impeached him. But he was not convicted because the Senate could not get 2/3. That's the law. So anytime in the history of this country, 100,000 people get in the streets and they say, we are the majority in this country. Because we're in the streets, we're obstructing traffic. We want President Joseph Newman Boyka to take an exit. President Joseph Newman Boyka needs to be fair, to be legal, to be legitimate, and to recognize the speaker. But what he's doing now, he's delaying the what I call the conclusion of this matter, so much so that I'm going to segue into the Ecowas, to have Ecowas to come back, to be negotiating with Liberians, like you said, like this is Yamoussoukro 1 and 2, Abuja 1. This is not a rebel government. We are not under we're not under Ecowas anymore. We have a liberal democracy. But so President Joseph Yeman Boyka can end this stalemate with not with siding with Funati Kofa, but siding with the law. This is a constitutional democracy that we have. We don't, what we're doing, if we are not careful and this thing starts to disintegrate and people get fed up with this, and they will not follow Vandella Patrick, but they could organize themselves and go into the streets to demand that these people respect the rule of law. And that's the point. So Joseph Yeman Boyka needs to do the right thing by recognizing the gavel of authority of J. Funati Kofa. It's legal, it's constitutional, it's not emotional. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we give everybody the time. Please respect your 2 minutes or so because it is important for us to do this roundtable. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about the letter addressed to the House of Representatives from the executive branch, the first letter. I'm going to come down to you, my brother Vandella Patrick. We'll give you 3 minutes, Vandella, because we're not that many. So they give you 3 minutes.
So, CEO, the founder letter, Steve Queer. Steve Queer is on record. He's the acting minister of state. He's on record of using mobile phone to call appointed officials of government, don't take office. The office of the president has decided to declare your nomination. Quietly, 28 nominations have been rescinded. He takes phone. 28% their names are on the executive mansion website. They have not taken positions. They were appointed. He takes phone and call. Say, don't take office. Deception. When I say Joseph Boyka, His Excellency Joseph Boyka is not in charge, you get angry. You get very angry. He is the acting minister of state. He addressed the letter to the chief clerk, the chief of protocol. Today's letter with respect to the burial of former Lofa County senator. The chief of protocol addressed the communication to the speaker, but they went in the office of the president. CEO, come to understand what is happening. Both of them, Steve Queer, who wrote the House of Representatives, addressing the letter to the chief clerk instead of the speaker, works in the office of the president. The chief of protocol, who also works in the office of the president, addressed the speaker with respect to the burial of our dear father and brother Smokupi from Lofa County. What is happening? Are they out of their minds? Who is in charge? One person is addressing the speaker, the other person is addressing the chief clerk. The government is a rascal mission. No control, no ideology. I know you don't like that. But a government that is unified.
It's not about what I like. Make your point. That's why you're on the show. Don't involve me. Make your point.
What I can say is, the more this president delays the submission of the budget, it demonstrates that this president is not concerned about the welfare of the people who elected him. It is said the voice of the people is the voice of God. You conducted an opinion poll on this platform to see as to whether the volatility lawmakers were right or not, or those who stand on the side of the law. 65% of the people who voted or expressed their opinion, they said the lawmakers should subscribe to the rule of law and that what they are doing was illegal. CEO, when citizens who willfully and intentionally got on the street to elect this president on the basis that they want change, you come back to revert to the dark days, it is a problem. I think I'd like to make this clarion call. Mr. President, you have been watching the political wrangling at the House of Representatives. You have good lawyers around you. The last time you said you were delaying the budget until today, you needed to consult. You regroup, even though you are a member of our organization now. When you regroup, you say you were coming back on today. Today again, you did not submit. You have asked another time again to regroup. I think if need be, the new group, regroup movement might likely take a decision to say you will no longer regroup in the name of our organization. But what I can say is this, CEO, Liberia is headed for trouble. People don't know. And the reason why Liberia is headed for trouble is not because we hate this president. They gave you the country. Just we turn the country over to you. Mr. President, my grandfather, take charge.
Thank you very much. 3 minutes, brother, 3 minutes. And we appreciate your addition. Yeah, Dr. Richardson, you want to come in before we can grade, and we'll welcome Parker and the folks share the show. It's going to get juicy. We'll start calling the lawmakers pretty soon. These are trouble times in our country, constitutional trouble. Let's hear you, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, I'm baffled as to why the president will send a letter to, the clerk. I don't know if he usually, sends his letter to the clerk as opposed to addressing the speaker. I think on this program, I mentioned that the president has the capability of resolving this problem by, calling some of his members of his party or asking the head of the party to at least engage members of the Unity Party. When we know the issue happened at the Ministry of Commerce, the Unity Party came out strong, condemning the whole saga over there. Okay, so he could use the same energy, the same power, that was encouraged to get the party heads involved. If he doesn't want to get involved, he could do it strategically. All right, but he doesn't want to do it. I don't know. Sending a letter to the clerk, about the budget, delaying the budget, makes any sense to me. It just says to me he's not taking a stand. He's not willing to get involved. He's pulling back his hands as the Justice Ministry, the Supreme Court is doing. And to me, then you leave our country wide open. People are asking, why is Ecowas involved? Because we are unwilling to solve our problems. This is about a month this whole fiasco has been going on, simply because people have personal issues. I think somebody said, Uncle Sam said, if you want to remove the Speaker of the House, there's rules and guidelines to do it. You need 49 members of the House to do it. You cannot form a little group or get a side group or whatever kind of group you want to call yourself and say, oh, we decided today because we feel that this man wants to take control. From Ellen et al. Where there was a tip from Nukwe saying, that her husband is dominating the Port Authority. There was a tip that's saying that he's not going to allow that to happen. This kind of cheap, small, petty politics, petty behavior. I won't even call it politics because it doesn't even advance to the level of me calling it politics. It's personality, insecurity issues, that are causing these people to form their group. All of them are saying they are there to protect their own jobs. If you listen to some of the tips, some of the leaked tips that we are saying, they are saying, oh, these guys, we have to engage in this removal because these people, they want to protect, they will not protect us when push comes to shove. These are the things that we are hearing from them. We are not hearing the 9 counts that they gave against Fanati Kofa. Which one of them, those 9 counts do not apply to? Which one of them are not engaging in conflict of interest? Okay, which one of them have not broken the law regarding to the budget? The fact that you accept a bribe means that you are also guilty at some level. That's what I have to say. you.
Thank you, folks. Let me say this very important before our brother Conor Gray and Paul Kennedy join in. What we are discussing here, folks, is very, very important. Every Liberian's home and abroad should understand there's a serious thing happening in our country. If a decision is not made and made swiftly, our country again is moving faster into another dark, very dark days. And I will say my own honest thing tonight. I know you're going to bed, you got your radios on, you listen to us in Liberia. Ask yourself, why Ecowas coming? They say ECOMOG. Because on the OPO, they say we bring ECOMOG again. Not ECOMOG, Ecowas. They coming to intervene in this horse between Fonati Kofa and the 43 men. Who sent for them? But before we go into it, you see what was sent today to the lawmakers? The executive branch didn't send the budget today. Have you asked yourself why? Why is there another delay? What's the executive marshal saying? The finance minister, Augustin Baye Gafwan, what is he saying? So let's hear from you, Conor Gray, and we'll go to Paul Kennedy. We're going to get deeper into this thing. It's getting very interesting, folks.
You know, Senator, I said earlier that Grace Bay might have his own way, but the actual problem in this administration was Steve Kuyo. He's a guy who has amassed so much authority unto himself, because remember, he knows the president more than anybody else, because he has served in various assistant capacities with President Boakai. So all of this now, Grace Bay is on vacation, right? He's out of the way. The moment he left, we headed into a constitutional crisis, spearheaded by Steve Kuyo. The reason I say this is because this might not be in congruence with the president, but you know that they're able lieutenants who can actually propagate their own personal ambition and get things done. By the time the OMA gets to pay attention to this, it'll be late. There was no reason for the executive who's supposed to meddle at this point. This is when there's a constitutional crisis within that level of government. You see, these are three separate branches of government, but they are not independent, so to speak. They serve, at the checks and balances of each other. So if there's a crisis in my home, you don't go to ECOWAS. The executive under our constitution, I think Article 32 gives the authority to meddle, especially when they've gone beyond their allotted days. I think only 6 days they're supposed to go on recess or whatever it is. But they have gone now, they're going 1 month. So therefore, this is a constitutional crisis. At this point, the only person that can sever this nonsense is the executive. You understand? Because
but why is the executive coming in like this? Yeah, we got to finish
is empowered under Article 32 of our Constitution to mitigate these kinds of conflict. You have a group of individuals. Look, what they're doing down there, sometimes if you go back into the deep law, it's treasonable. You have a speaker that was duly elected, serving, and there are laws, there are rules and bylaws on how to remove the speaker. Until then, he retains the authority of the state. He's the number 3 man in command. So how important is it? When you start bringing back, look, I don't know about others, but almost all of the conferences on our peace, I attended those conferences. We were belittled. We appear like we're not even the oldest country in our region. I went to all of that. special assistant to General Bowen. We went all over the place. It was so belittling to us as a nation to start every second we're now a sovereign state, and every second we're running to Ecowas like their big brother.
So we're bringing Edwin Snow to talk to us as to how we got there, who invited
I don't know.
Ecowas, and we're bringing. Let's go to Paul Kennedy. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Steno. Good evening to the Liberian people. Good evening to our viewers from all over the world. I'm not sure. Can you still hear me? Steno, this thing has dragged on, going nearly to a month. And just like the Colonel said, the executive branch of government has some authority, some limited authority to probe into this matter and honor the Article 32 of the Constitution says that the president can definitely call a special session, but that has to be with a 1/3 of the Senate, the Senate and the House of Rep agreement. So they have to actually agree to have the executive branch of government to probe into the matter. Now, but why are we even getting to this extent? We're talking about a country here that is struggling to pay our health workers. We're talking about a country that is struggling to get money to be able to do some development project. Every lacks in the existence of one of the branches of government, every dysfunctionality in one of the branches of the three branches of government cripples the country, cripples the entire performance of the government. And I would think that the president in his knowing and the executive branch in their knowing of wanting to progress and move the country agenda forward will be saying, listen, let's take telephones and talk to some of our colleagues in the House. Let them see reasons to understand that this thing should not spill over our control. Getting to ECOWAS now can always signify to me already that it has gone beyond the control of the executive branch of government. And you saw the judiciary component, the letter they sent. It's like they are saying, you know what, we'll let them fight among themselves to see what's going on, and we don't want to meddle into their affairs. But the thing is, it's a three-legged government. When one of the legs not functioning well, the other two will be handicapped. And that is what's happening now. The legislature is actually not functioning to its capacity. If you see somebody is sending communication to this branch and that other group, and this other group is all coming to tell you that there is a big split at the House of Representatives at the moment. And the one way they can get over that is to call foreign government, foreign, international bodies to interfere. They rather cover and take care of their issues in-house than bringing a regional body to interfere with it. Stand on his side. But so this is where we've come.
So, Paul Kennedy, so let's get to this ECOWAS thing, right? Who called ECOWAS? Uncle Sam, let me come back to you before we place the call to Senator Snow. Because Senator Snow is he leading the delegation, the ECOWAS delegation. Who called ECOWAS? Why were they called? Who placed the phone call? So let's go through the letter first. A letter addressed to Fonati Kofa, the speaker. Now, you still have one of the same letter. It was addressed also to Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn, right? But on behalf of the membership of the Community Parliament, I have the honor to extend sincere greetings and well wishes to you and the good people of Liberia. Where is the letter coming from? There you have it, Mr. Speaker and dear colleague. Mr. Speaker, Liberia has recently recorded some impressive benchmark in respect of consolidating the gains of the return of peace. Everybody have read this letter. Let's just go to the closing here. The person that signed the letter is Honorable Haja Mimonatu Ibrahima, Speaker ECOWAS Parliament. Now, the person said, I will be leaning on Senator Edwin Mervyn Snow Jr., head of the Liberian delegation to ECOWAS Parliament, to support with all necessary arrangement in connection with this meeting. I have two questions here, Uncle Sam. What would be Snow involvement Will Snow get involved with the House of Representatives saga? Number one. Number two, who invited ECOWAS to come have a peace accord in Liberia? Talk to me.
So look, the letter basically says.
Adjust your camera, sir.
The letter is saying, due to the political impasse. So ECOWAS, but the ECOWAS done. This is from the ECOWAS Parliament.
Yeah.
ECOWAS has several institutions. The ECOWAS Commission, the ECOWAS Parliament is parliamentarians, legislators from ECOWAS states. Edwin Snow is the head of the Liberian delegation to ECOWAS. So what this letter is basically saying is because there's a political impasse now. Who brought it to the attention of ECOWAS? Well, it doesn't have to be brought to the attention of ECOWAS because all of the news from the impasse has been on international wires. So ECOWAS may be trying to play its role as an intervention and mediating body that have been previously involved in Liberia. And they may know the fragility, even though they acknowledge and they recognize that we've made some gains, but they know that those gains can be easily eroded if this impasse is not addressed. So ECOWAS is playing a cautionary game. Is that this is what we call swift intervention or early warning. Okay, so they pick up the early warning system, which is the political impasse, and this political impasse could degenerate into something physical, or something much more existential to the state. Now, so they're saying that because Edwin Snow is the head of the Liberian delegation, he will be the conduit for this meeting. So I really don't know. Let me be very clear to the audience. I don't know whether Senator Snow brought it to the attention of ECOWAS, but the way the letter is written is clearly saying that this impasse, and they may have gotten the news of this impasse from the international wires, newspapers, television, or other means.
Senator,
go ahead, Paul. Go ahead.
Yes, Senator, and I think Mr. Jackson has made some very good points. I have a contrary view to some of the points he made.
But hold on, man. Let me do the cycle. Let's go back around. Let's go back around, then we can give you a view. Because it's very important. I think everybody wants to speak to Dr. Richardson. What do you make of what Uncle Sam said? Who invited ECOWAS into this fight? If ECOWAS can come because they fear some problem on the way, that's fine. But a letter written to President Joseph Yeman Bwaka, a letter written to the Vice President, a letter written to the Pro Tem, a letter written to the Speaker, letter written to the Chairman of the 43 Black Samuel Koga, letter written to the Deputy Speaker Thomas Fala, and letter written to Edwin Snow to please make unnecessary connection. What's going on here, Dr. Richardson?
So I don't think ECOWAS necessarily need an invitation to come to resolve a problem in Liberia. We are a signatory to the ECOWAS compact or agreement, whatever it says. And I believe a part of that agreement is to look out for member states who are in danger of, becoming increasingly more fragile. Okay. I will recall and I remind Liberians that ECOWAS was in Liberia. They came and they spent a lot of money and they spent a long time and they lost lives. Different soldiers that belong to the ECOWAS were, killed or in Liberia. And so it is part of their duty to make sure that we maintain some sort of stability in our country for the sake of ECOWAS member states. And they said in the letter, they are coming on behalf of ECOWAS. They are coming to do investigation to find out the origin of this hijacking of the government that has occurred. They are coming to then find resolutions and present resolutions. That they presented a letter, and you can look at this politically as if they are not coming for our sake, for Liberia's sake. Okay, they are coming because they know that when something happens in a region, when something happens to Liberia will have to call Ecowas to be involved. So they are taking a proactive stand. What I call it, they're not waiting for us to degenerate, to fall into a full-blown crisis. Okay, they are being proactive. So today or tomorrow, we should say, when we ask the question, what did Ecowas do? Because I will be asking that question. I will wonder, are they just they just bark, and they never bite? Okay. I will ask the question, what did other countries do around us when we're suffering or we're going through crisis? We had an opportunity to solve our problems. We didn't. It's been a month now. Okay. We went to the highest body in terms of lawmaking, the Supreme Court, the law of the land. We did not. They put in their hands behind their back. So this is why Ecowas now saying, let's come and get involved. So that's my thought of that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rich is saying. To make this so interesting, we are quoting Senator Edwin Mervyn Snow. We hope you will be able to come and help explain things to us. Guys, let's stick to this Ecowas involvement now into what is happening. I was able to obtain this document, and this document is telling you those that are coming on that delegation, as you can see, Honorable Ibrahima, Honorable Gibran, Barry Gibran, Honorable Bede Tukara, Honorable Clarifies Sidi, Honorable Nasaru Baku Arifari, K. Benti Sume, Sum, Ezekiel from Duar, Hawa, Bellu, Tongari, and Edwin Miller. Now, these are the people that are coming to Liberia. These are the mediators. These are the folks. Now, the reason why I'm putting this up, because it seemed to be, and I'd like to hear from Edwin Mervyn Snow, that because he's part of the Ecowas Parliament, for that, Patrick, I'm coming to you, he got to set up all the meeting places and get all the necessary people involved. But I'm not seeing his name as one of the mediators when it comes to the House of Representatives. Now, take a look at this. It's very important. These are the people that come to mediate. Now, Vadana Patrick, I'm going to ask you though, Ecowas can do the Ecowas thing. Will they achieve anything in this fight, Fundela?
CEO, I am a Senator John McQueen Global Leader Fellow. This is a U.S. State Department sponsor project. You can Google it, you see it. As an alumnus of that program, I sat on the panel 43 international institutions. It is disgraceful that Liberia had been discussed negatively. The other day, I just read on this platform what a diplomat from the European Parliament said. And to some extent, he always joke. Say, oh, na Fandela Patrick own writing. Let me say this. I told you on this platform that we communicated 2 weeks ago when this thing started. I was in Senegal. I had a time to present a specific case about Liberia. And the discouraging part about it is that you don't want to appear like you stupid while other people are talking good about their country, giving statistics, talk about politics and human rights and democracy. We sit on these international institutions, we make firm decisions. This is not a boast, it's a privileged opportunity extended to me. Ecowas is on record of solving our conflict. Make no mistake. Ecowas is on record for taking Gangue from here to the Hague. Ecowas is on record for asking President George Weah, former President George Weah, to respect the will of the people. Ecowas is being considered in the eyes of the international community as a bloc. When they make a decision the international community respect them. Again, let me say this. It is shameful that having spoken, this is what a lot of people, they don't listen to us. When this thing started, we have resolved our conflict. Look at Ghana, yesterday, Ghana. When something happens, the people come together. So ECOWAS is coming here.
Will they achieve anything from the other party? Will ECOWAS achieve anything here?
They're going to achieve two things. They're going to look at our law. And somebody was asking, oh, ECOWAS, they can't interfere. Hey, the same ECOWAS has the history of Liberia. You remember
what would they achieve? Vandela, what would they achieve?
Number one, they're going to remind President Joseph Numa Boakai that the issue of the illegal removal of the speaker, it has to be addressed. It should not tread that path. And they will remind His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai about the situation of Cabinet Janet. ECOWAS spoke to say this thing is wrong. They did not listen. The impeaching, he took the case to ECOWAS. ECOWAS reversed the case, and asked the Liberian government to reinstate the man or pay all his benefits. ECOWAS is aware that Liberians, especially our leaders, are known for abusing the Constitution. They are coming again to warn our president. Or to
so I will ask you the last question. I will ask you the last question. I gotta go. How credible is this group that coming? Let me put the names up. Pause for a second. Let me put the names up real quick. How credible, because we are talking about ECOWAS here. Do you remember anybody on this group?
I remember I think they are part of the International Parliamentarian Network, of which I have a very good stake. Even one of the renegade lawmakers.
Who is Edwin Miller on this group? The last
which
one.
Number?
The last one.
The last one. I don't know. Edwin Miller is a assistant parliamentary. I don't know. They didn't give the name. Assistant parliamentary.
The name is there. The name is there. Yeah, the name is there. Edwin Miller.
Yeah, but there's no country, soon. I'm sure when they come.
Edwin from Liberia. Edwin Miller from Liberia.
No. They say assistant parliamentary. It's a delegation.
Edwin Miller. Listen to me, I beg you. The individual Edwin Miller is from Liberia.
That's all of them written in French, but Edwin Miller is from Liberia.
Edwin Miller is from Liberia.
Was this not the guy who left the revenue department?
Okay, so we'll come to it. That's the reason why I asked you, but maybe you don't know for that. Thank you.
So if you put it back up, since I read French, I can explain it to Liberian people. Is that okay?
I was just trying to get a point.
It's just parliamentarian. That's
it. Some are parliamentarians and some serve other roles.
No, I'm not talking about a position. I was just trying to identify our name here. Go ahead, Fadela Patrick.
So they are talking about delegation coming. So I don't know about Edwin Miller, whether they give the professional backgrounds of other people. But this is why they are credible enough. ECOWAS has a history of mediating into conflicts within Africa. And mind you, ECOWAS is not coming here without the approval of the chairman of ECOWAS, Bola Tinubu, the current president of the Republic of Nigeria. And maybe you don't know they have ECOWAS office here. The last time I sat here.
Let's make progress. We'll come back to you, Fadela Patrick. We say thank you very much on this issue. We got a lot to discuss, and I will be calling those lawmakers to give us their input and weigh in. Paul Kennedy, ECOWAS coming. What do you think they come to achieve? Or just this another two-flat bulldogs and fly operation they are coming on? I mean, what's your take, Paul?
So first of all, Stanton, we need to establish that Liberia is a signatory to the ECOWAS Treaty of 1975, and that treaty talks about the promotion of regional peace. Liberia is also a signatory to the 2001 Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance at ECOWAS, and Liberia is also a signatory to the 1999 Protocol on Conflict Prevention. What is happening at the legislature level has the propensity to actually erect conflict in Liberia, because eventually it's going to go over time, and folks will not be understanding each other. They're going to have loggerhead and so forth. Now, these treaties give ECOWAS the authority to intervene at any sign of conflict of stalemate that they think is above the country's capacity to manage, right? So ECOWAS is sitting there, and we got Liberians at ECOWAS, working there. So somebody officially really does not need to write them. And they also have their office in Liberia. ECOWAS has a functioning operational office in Liberia that monitors our government processes. So while I agree that there is a possibility that somebody from one of the branches of government who may have invited them, I still think that they didn't need to have anyone to invite them. But this is what they hope to accomplish. First of all, ECOWAS is looking at being a mediator to see how they could resolve some of the conflict right now that is pouring out between or amongst the lower house members. All right, they are hoping to do that so that this does not go beyond what it is, and eventually they want to see how they can continue to work to strengthen the democracy in Liberia, foster the economic cooperation among the ECOWAS state. But let me say this finally. ECOWAS has the ability to impose sanctions on Liberia, right? So ECOWAS actually has an authority that if these mediations don't work, and Liberians continue to be intransigent or difficult to deal with, ECOWAS can actually impose sanctions on them until they put their house in order to be able to do so. These are the kind of authorities that come with the membership of ECOWAS. So,
Will ECOWAS achieve anything here?
They could achieve a lot. They could hold the legislature responsible to settle their dialogue, making sure the two blocks in the lower house come and sit down to say, you know what, we've made a resolution. This is what we're going to work with, and so forth. And ECOWAS can actually compare them to do something.
Have ECOWAS achieved anything in the region before they will achieve something like Europe? But thank you very much. Let me bring in.
Well, that's a question we can speculate on. Has ECOWAS achieved anything? I will give some of the credit of peace coming to Liberia to ECOWAS. My man, don't say that.
But when you're doing a talk show, I can say my own. I don't say I'm gonna say. I ask you a question. Let me say my own because this whole thing is getting
you have to recognize ECOWAS's efforts in Liberia. You have to recognize them.
But
you cannot negate that.
Uncle Sam, we all recognize ECOWAS efforts. We all recognize the great achievement. They died, they sacrificed other people. I'm talking about this one here. Let me say my own. Conor Gray, we are in a serious mess over here. ECOWAS coming right on. Everybody said we coming. But here's the thing. I spoke to the other people and they're going to come here to speak on the Gray. The 43 men are angry. They say ECOWAS got nothing to do with them. They are saying, and I don't want to say this, I will bring them on. If you look in the chat room, I'm putting some of their concerns. They are very, very concerned as to this group. We're going to put up. They are questioning why Edwin Miller is on this delegation. It means that the delegation is compromised already. Because they say Edwin Miller, that Edwin Snow office staff that left and went Nigeria and formed part of ECOWAS delegation. They say the whole thing is conflicting already. That Edwin Snow, that Fonati friend. No. Hold on 1 minute. No. We come to you, yeah. And they come to say so. And that's why I'm inviting. No, we're not hearing you, brother. Just hold on. You have your time to talk. They are saying they cannot trust, right? Conor Gray, we come to you. They are saying they cannot trust this group because this group is compromised already. A friend to Edwin Snow is on this group, and Edwin Snow being a friend to Fonati Kofa have compromised the entire group, and they let us stay. I will be leaning on Senator Edwin Melvin Snow Jr. So I think Senator Snow got to come and clarify this because that's my friend. Fonati is my friend. The 43 guys, then we are all friends. But they are saying, how can the delegation be leaning on Snow, who is a lawmaker, on the other side? And then how can Snow be a peacemaker or initiate any activities in this fight? So the whole group, they are saying they're just not going to welcome them properly because the whole group is compromised. Conor Gray, talk to me. But Vanilla way back. They're all a friend and talk, man.
Senator, I think this is how powerful regional bodies sometimes run the risk of losing legitimacy. Sometimes you want to approach with caution. If you have the enforcement power, they're not coming to enforce anything. The mandate does not call for that. This is a preemptive strike, as others have said. They're coming in probably to just get a clear picture of what's obtaining. But we have a manual. As a country, we have a manual. We have a way on every issue, every stalemate. We have yet to exhaust those avenues. Then we run into the regional body. The day we get into a real debacle, we'll call on them. It'll be like the kid that been crying wolf, wolf, and the wolf finally shows up and nobody there to help them. I don't think anybody will give reverence to Ecowas here, because those guys, they're in the business. They got to work. They got to pretend as though they're going to work. But are they going to achieve anything in this? This is a stalemate that should first exhaust our own legal system. In other words, go through what the law says. When one of the branches of government is in a debacle or stalemate like this, others should step in based on their own constitutional rule. Why are you running to ECOWAS? The Constitution didn't tell you go to ECOWAS. It's not one of the rules in our guidelines. You understand? Why are you running there? You're not one there. Yes, we ratify treaties and so on and so forth, but the Constitution say exhaust this avenue. If we have gone through that cycle and then we say we have hit a dead end or dead wall, then we'll go out. But we haven't gone there, then we're running to ECOWAS. Those guys are just finding a way to share that. Nothing they will accomplish.
No. I'm going to reserve till I hear from Dwalu and Sister Fatima. Because it looks like, I'm not going to reserve. Let me say that. I don't think they're going to achieve anything in this one. I really don't think so. But I will reserve that comment. I'm not going to say, Mr. Dwalu, let's hear you, man. ECOWAS again coming, and these guys are angry, the 43 men.
Yeah, I disagree with you and Colonel Gray. Yes, why? ECOWAS presence in Liberia alone is a force for calm and reason. They're not going to achieve to the extent that you think they're coming to achieve. They're coming in. Look, I'm going to say this. A lot of Liberians will get vexed with me, but this has to be said. If the government is perceived as being unstable, in many countries, sometimes the military will come and take over. If the government is being perceived in that fashion, ECOWAS recognizes this because this is happening in other locations. So the presence here is not coming to achieve.
Are we there yet? I don't
know. It's not for me to define. But what I'm saying is the success rate is not going to be determined based on certain metrics that you and I may believe. The success rate may be, my beautiful Kimi, for the other thing about Fatima and Jew. Me and Fatima married. About ways to stop it.
Let a man give an example.
No, but I should give on the show. You make it give an example. No, but man, give an example. No, I'll put it in the back. No, I'll put it in the back. No, I'll put it in the back. The man never give us a He never gave. No, but this, no.
Listen, and we're having a massive argument. And the mere fact that Fatima's father or my father could come here and talk to us, it could calm the storm. It doesn't mean they're going to sway our decision in a direction. So ECOWAS is like that father that's going to come in. That's all it is. That's what ECOWAS is coming for. It's not to achieve something quote unquote tangible that we may be able to touch. But say, listen, guys, reason better. The direction you guys are going is not called for.
Okay. Let me hear you, Fatima, and then we'll place a call to one of the lawmakers. Then we'll go on the other side. It's going to be very interesting today. Again, Fatima, welcome to the show, man.
Thank you so much, former CEO, because I was driving. You say, yes, but stop calling me CEO, man.
Yeah, just a Stanton.
So I would like to say,
Go and regroup. Come back. Go and regroup and come back.
Anyway, I'll act like I hear my brother VP. Anyway, and I would like to say hi to all of the panelists. And I would like to say hi to the viewers across the globe, the listeners, those who share the show, those who are always coming to listen to the show. I say hi to all of your Liberians. And I even saw my Nigerian friends are telling me they also watch the show. So all Africans that are watching to promote like everything Liberia, I say thank you to all of you. My take on this whole thing is that I think, I grew up in the war. And I saw when Ecowas came, there was a difference made. I think they just want to be a part of this because, as you see, they see that Liberia, believe it or not, we've done something great. We've had elections. There have been no coup, no problems. And this fragile peace that we're having, I think they feel that they don't want anything to happen to Liberia. So as part of the part of the whole ECOWAS team, they wanted to just come and intervene and see how they can stray people. Try to talk to people to go on one side or not, or to see how better we can resolve this issue without any uprising in the country. I think it's a good thing. I honestly believe. I don't particularly think, like the former CEO said, that there will be major achievements made because people are stuck in their ways and people are stuck in what they believe in. But I think ECOWAS is coming with good faith because it's in the region and they think that they need to come and help.
So let me do a quick question. Let me start with you, Fatima. This gentleman that is on the delegation, is it a trouble? This gentleman from Edwin Snow office, that Edwin Snow picking, by the way, Edwin Miller, right? Or Liberia. Do you see it as a conflict? Real quick.
Honestly, I do, because I love Edwin Snow. He's one of my favorite senators. And today I saw on his page, he actually posted something about this guy. He was excited about it. I shared in the chat room. He's excited about the guy. The guy was working with him and blah, blah, blah. I think it's going to make people raise their eyebrows because they know he's on his side and they know Edwin Snow has not made any fun of it. He said that he's on the side of Funati Kofa. I think people will have a little bit of resentment there. They'll think some type of way. So, yeah, I agree with that. I think.
Thank you. Mr. Eduardo, do you say it to be a conflict? The other guys are preaching our message and say it's compromised already.
I don't know conflict, whether we're going to the extent of conflict, but I would have preferred were he not to be on that case, given that Edwin Snow has taken a position.
Okay, Paul Kennedy, what do you make of it?
So what you're telling me here right now is that this individual, Emmanuel Miller, is not an independent thinker of his own and has no qualification or competency to make independent judgment into negotiation and conflict resolution. So because he has worked for Edwin Snow, means that no other international body we can go to work with. Now, I agree there could be a potential of conflict of interest, but are we judging this gentleman before even getting to understand his particular role he has to play? What if he's just leading the delegation to facilitate their movement in Monrovia? Should we have a problem with that before getting to here?
No, it's not what he's part of the mediation process.
No, he's not.
Wait for your time, but we're coming to you, Pape. Pape, we're baking, we're coming to you. So go ahead, finish your please, Paul Kennedy. We're baking you.
Yeah, so let's look, Liberians should stop prejudging people. Let's stop judging. The whole collective guilt and association because he worked with Edwin Snow means that his hands are in the cookie jar. And he's coming.
The 43 men are saying that's conflict, Paul Kennedy. They are thinking.
And I respect the 43 men or women that actually are part of this conflict. At this point in time, somebody needs to tell them, listen, it is not every Liberian who is trying to intervene in this matter has a stake, especially if that Liberian is at a regional body position. I mean, this man is coming by ECOWAS. Suppose he was coming by the US.
Thank you very much.
US embassy.
Paul Kennedy, thank you very much. Vendetta Patrick, before we go to Uncle Sam. Vendetta.
We need to apologize to Edwin Miller. This man went in Liberia. It's not a crime.
You don't need to apologize to him, my man, but we're having a show back. Nobody owe you apologies.
I'm entitled to my opinion. You have
Don't say we. Don't say we.
No.
Don't say we.
You got to respect my opinion.
No, but don't say we. Nobody
You have your
abusing
time to
him.
speak. You have your time to
Nobody.
speak.
No. From that start. Nobody abusing
I
the
just-
man. The people are saying that the man is conflicted. Then you say we need to apologize. You who make it we. Make your point, my brother.
CEO, I wanted to interject. You told me I have my time to speak. I don't let people distracting me. You lay the rule, lay by the rules. When your time comes,
The rules
to
have
speak,
changed. I can change the rule
No,
anytime.
no,
You told
it
me
does
from
not
your-
change
you told me-
against
no, you told me
me.
from your chat room. You told me from your chat room because you said that your chat room. So we got Spoon chat room. We can take you out anytime if you go contrary to the too much talking on the show tonight. Because I hurt my feeling when you took me off from your chat room. But make your case. We'll get it back to you.
You apply with another number and somebody, another administrator just remove you. I just want to let you. Another administrator just remove you.
No, I never apply. I never apply again. I'm not going to be in your chat room. No,
But let
I'm
me
not
say
going to be
this.
in your chat room. Go ahead.
It's not a crime. It's not a crime for a Liberian who has worked here in Liberia, other office, to go to Ecowas. And as a matter of fact, Liberians are now represented in Ecowas to some extent, including AU. So this man goes there. He's part of the delegation. Every delegation has categories. They have people that will meet the real issue. They have other people that will facilitate the connection, who to meet, where to sleep. They have another group of people that will be there to understand the Liberian circuit, to explain to them. Everybody play a significant role. When it comes to discussion on finding solutions, certain people will not be there. Certain people will be there. So I don't know the category of Edwin Miller, which category he falls in, but he's part of the delegation. The same thing when the president is leaving to go to the United Nations, he goes with the delegation.
So you're saying there's no conflict. You say there's no conflict.
There's no conflict. Members of the president delegation, they are not supposed to engage in certain discussion, even though they are part of the delegation, but they have limitations.
Good
So
point.
it's a
Very good point. Good point. Good point, Conor Gray. But the guys that come in, they will speak to this. Good point, Conor, Patrick, Vendetta, Riku. Good point, my friend.
I'm not going to Patrick, please.
Okay, Mr. Riku, good point. Uncle Sam.
The guy's title in French is assistant parlementaire, which is a parliamentary assistant, which is a supporting role. He's not a parliamentarian, right? And if you look at the list, it tells you the chief of CDAO, which is chef de CDAO, which is the head of the delegation. See it right there. President of the parliament of CDAO, which is Ecowas. Will be the chief of the delegation, right? Then you have the vice president of parliament of Ecowas, which is what's his name, Barrow Gibran, right, and so forth, right? So if you look at Edwin Miller, right, and Hawa Bello Tunkara, they are like support staff. These will probably be people who will be scribes, who will be taking notes, and who will be supporting the delegation. So to believe that a Liberian professional, part of an ECOWAS parliamentary group, who is basically just playing a supporting role, either clerical, administrative, or something, because when they travel, they need to have a group of people who will take notes. They will have a group of people who will serve in different capacities. But listen, clearly, Liberian people, you don't like peace. I wasn't in Liberia during your wars, but I saw every place you went to, Akusumbo, Abuja, Switzerland, all over the world. And you kept this war running for 14 years because you don't like each other, you don't want to cooperate, you don't want to enjoy your country together. Countries do something called social cohesion. Social cohesion is based upon the collective.
But we gotta go. I was just asking a clear question.
No, I'm just saying. Listen, I want to make this point clear. Liberian people, you need ECOWAS. because it's clear that you cannot do anything to maintain peace by yourself.
Will ECOWAS achieve anything in this House of Representatives fight?
It is not ECOWAS' role to achieve anything. It's ECOWAS' role to try to facilitate. It will be depend upon us if we want to coexist and to have peace and prosperity that comes with peace. But ECOWAS tried for 14 years.
Okay,
It was
Sam, thank you.
it was only at the end of the bloody civil conflict, right? When ECOWAS forces 800 came.
Okay, Sam, thank you very much. Thank you, Uncle Sam. Colonel Gray, let's hear you. Will ECOWAS achieve anything in this thing?
Stanton, we have history of ECOWAS, making declarations that have not even been adhered to. Nancy Doe property issue is one. Jana is another one, and many other issues. They've intervened and given declaration that have not been adhered to. This is the rubber stamp, authority that nobody wills upon themselves. Why are you coming to intervene when we have yet to exhaust the avenues upon which we resolve our own conflict? We are not at war. It's just an impasse. I don't see this, escalating to the point of armed conflict. So as a result, we just need to let people know that they need to respect the law. What the law requires of us, if us as a people can follow just those simple requirements, we'll not find ourselves in some of the conflict we have. And it's becoming very unreasonable of us that in matters that we're just supposed to handle among ourselves cordially, everybody exerting their shoulder. I don't see ECOWAS, because the 43 have a right to say, you know what, we've seen an individual there that is conflicted already. In conflict resolution, the party that coming to handle the matter must be.
The party is already conflicted. Thank you, Colonel Gray. Listen, Dr. Richardson, we got 40 on the phone, but let's hear you. And we're bringing Representative 40 Fambula again to address this letter. Then from there, we'll go to Fadela Patrick. Dr. Richardson?
Yes, I believe that it's great to have Edwin Miller on the, as people on the delegation. As explained by Samuel Jackson, I'm taking what Samuel Jackson said with a lot of value, that he's probably an assistant. He's coming to just, take notes or acclimate the delegation to Liberia. All right. However, though, the optics does not look well if we are going to assign voting privilege, like to say he's going to be part of the decision-making plan. He has the right to vote, and he's the main guy in this whole thing. The optics does not look right. So I would prefer that during the time that they have to make some major decisions to a recommendation to the stakeholder, that he's excluded. That's one way you can address this whole conflict of interest matter. So that's what I have to say.
Dr. Richardson, thank you. So let's listen to 40 Fambula. Honorable Fambula, welcome to the show. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Staton. I'm doing great, and good evening to your panelists.
We're going to take it step by step. One, let's address the ECOWAS letter, because we don't have sufficient time. Then we'll talk about the letter received by the chief clerk today from the executive branch. Again, we extend invitation to whosoever want to join us tonight. You are free to join us. Honorable Fambula, ECOWAS letter. You guys have read the letter, the 43 men and women on the majority block. What's your position?
The first thing, the communication has not been served to us in plenary. That's the first thing. The second thing, I see the letter as Edwin Snow, Senator Edwin Snow's own way of manipulating his colleague in Nigeria to bring our country to public disgrace. The issue in the legislature.
No, hold on 1 minute. Can you say that again? Are you saying Senator Edwin Snow manufactured this letter? And yeah, can you be clear on that?
Snow's own way of manipulating his colleague in Nigeria to disgrace our country. And I think we have a better democratic credentials in this region that other African countries can learn from us. We are the only country that has successfully transferred power from opposition from ruling party to opposition, from opposition to ruling successfully in 2 separate given times. We have a better democratic credential than any other country in this region for the past 20 years. It's just unfortunate to reduce our country to this level where we are in a local political administrative process internally, then you take it to Ecowas.
Why are you putting this on Edwin Snow? Why Edwin Snow have to do with this?
The letter is a making of Edwin Snow. Even the language in the letter can
How
tell you
so?
that it is the making of Edwin Snow. Let me
How
say
so?
this to you. The first thing on the delegation, I'll send you a screenshot of what Edwin Snow posted on his page. Can you please place that up for the listening audience to be able to read and understand as to where we stand with some of the issues when we make it allegations? Our allegations are based on facts. Read what Edwin wrote about Mr. Mader.
Okay, so I'm gonna put it up. Go ahead, talk to me. How so? I mean, how are you blaming Edwin Snow?
Edwin put in place his letter. Senator Snow, he wrote a letter. In the letter, all of the things he then advocated for, he told Funati, go to the Supreme Court. Funati went to the Supreme Court. Internally, the law of our land have said, Funati, you are acting in error and we cannot grant you the relief you are seeking. He has resorted to inform the body that Funati, my friend, my good friend, who his colleagues are saying he cannot be their leader. I'm asking Bola Tinubu come and intervene as if we do not have a president yet, and as if we do not have a local mechanism to resolve our crisis. This has not reached to the point where we think Ecowas should intervene with a compromise that delegations coming to Liberia.
No. I want to be clear. I want to be clear on the Snow side, Becky. Let's take it. That's why I said let's take it small. Okay. You're putting everything on Edwin Snow. He served on that parliament representing Liberia now. Don't forget.
But the letter inform you. Look at the last paragraph of the letter.
So the last paragraph says, Honorable Eduardo, can you read this to us? You the reader, man. You're my brother.
Don't worry, we'll read it.
Well, hold on 1 minute. That Honorable Eduardo read it last paragraph.
I can read it, no problem.
Yeah, go ahead, Vendela.
No, we don't want Vendela reading. Vendela is conflicted. You've conflicted. I beg you, Mr. Eduardo, please read it.
In anticipation of a favorable response to my request.
No, I said second to the last paragraph.
Yeah, but that's what we're doing. Wait now, he's gonna read it.
No, he said
I think he wants you to start from
Wait, I beg you, hold on 1 minute. Honorable, I beg you.
I think I will be leaning.
Mr. Eduardo, what I put up, please read it, please.
Yeah, thank you. I will be leaning on Senator Edwin Melvin Snow Jr., head of the Liberian delegation to ECOWAS Parliament, for support with all necessary arrangements in connection with the meeting. In anticipation of a favorable response to my request, permit me the opportunity to convey to you, Mr. Speaker and dear colleague, my appreciation in advance for the kind cooperation to finding a lasting resolution to the matter and assurances of my highest consideration. I agree with everything.
Thank you. Talk to us now, Honorable Fambulel. I mean, why are you putting this on Sanders?
Like I said to you, the first issue is that Edwin Snow is aware that the ECOWAS body have an office in Liberia. There is no reason that they should lean on Edwin Snow, who is already a party. If they have read the complaint from the House, the House delegation to ECOWAS, the House said that delegation is then questioned. Their legitimacy has been questioned as such. Parties to that conflict should not be a representation that you can rely on for any decision making. Edwin Snow put his bear boy, his tool manager, as he referred to him, his son, his colleague, his friend, his best friend. He even placed that young man on the delegation to one would say to cajole the delegation to favor the side of Edwin. Okay. But we believe this is an internal matter. We respect our colleagues in the region, and we feel strongly that they should not be brought into such space when people are trying to solve their internal matter, given the laws surrounding the
I want to hold you. I want to hold you there and bring the guys on this matter, because you're putting everything on Edwin Snow's head. You're saying Edwin Snow posted this, but I can tell you this said November 2022. I mean, so what you just said, and you said Edwin Snow posted, it was said November 2022.
So CEO, forget about that.
No, I beg you. I'm speaking to the honorable man. Honorable man, I mean, what you said here.
The words, the way he considered every meter to be. They read the words in that read up from the senator. They read the words.
Oh, okay. So let me bring the guys in. They have questions and concern on this ECOWAS invite. Are you guys going to honor them? Are you guys going to sit with them? Are you guys going to, will they achieve anything to you? These guys are coming, it's just another pledges trip.
If the head of ECOWAS write an official letter to the presiding officer, the deputy speaker of the section, we will honor that communication, and that communication will be taken to plenary, and plenary will take a decision. We have a presiding who is the deputy speaker. If the head of ECOWAS write an official communication to him, plenary will take a decision. We are sitting in session. So when there is any communication of such, he will need to direct it to the legitimate.
Is there anything ECOWAS can do? Is there anything this delegation can do to tell you that you should go sit on up for Nati Kofa?
I think what they need to learn from is the ruling of the Supreme Court that says that we are in session, we are doing a laboratory business.
Let me bring in the guys real quick. Thank you very much.
Let's think they can advise Sonati to step aside.
And so hold on 1 minute. Let me bring the guys. Uncle Sam, let's go to you first, Uncle Sam. Talk to Honorable Famula.
Honorable Famula. Okay. Ibano. Okay. Oh, you speak that? Okay. Joey Kume. Okay.
Real quick now. Uncle Sam, do you have a question?
Listen. Honorable Famula. I watched the war from afar. The rebel mentality, the lack of understanding of patriotism and love for country that had this war to drag for 14 years and cost 250,000 lives. And I'm going to make a comment, and you may disagree, but for whatever it's worth, 43 members of the Liberian legislature is not a mandate for removal of the speaker. And you are sitting in an illegal setting. You breaking the constitution. This is a constitutional democracy, for God's sake. And then people who are trying to resolve this matter amicably, you are casting aspersion and prejudicing the situation. I'm not finished yet. I'm
not saying finished. I'm just saying something to Dualu.
So, my friend, Mr. Fambula, you cannot remove a speaker because you get up one morning and you say you don't like the speaker.
Thank you.
That's not the constitutional democracy that people die for. So, anytime a group of 40 people can just one day get up and say, we don't want in the Senate, we don't want the senator, we don't want this person. Do you understand what constitutional democracy means? Constitutional democracy means the Constitution. And you can respond to my comment after I'm done.
Yeah, it's almost done.
I want to address you. Constitutional democracy, liberal democracy, a Republican form of government with a bicameral legislature. You cannot take a bunch of renegades and act like rebels fighting in the bushes and jungles of Liberia and make us to look like we're not. You've been 1 month out of session.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Let him respond now, Uncle Sam, so we can
Do
move
you
on.
know what you're doing?
Can we have him respond, Uncle Sam?
On
Uncle
the
Sam.
precipice again?
Uncle Sam, we have him respond? Honorable Representative, can you respond, please?
So let me say this. It's unfortunate to reduce our democratic credential in the face of people who do not have moral. Mr. Jackson, on this show, I've known you for some years. When you took up the little argument here, it was President Sirleaf to compromise you, who appointed you as economic advisor. This is not the kind of case we are getting ourselves involved in. Liberia have a better democratic credential where we have transferred power without anyone interfering in our democratic process. Few months ago, have you forgotten that President, we are turned over peacefully to President Boakai? You come here and sit on the platform and say legislator cannot handle their issue that have gone to the Supreme Court and there's a decision. It's unfortunate. When we sit on this platform, we should be very clear and have the understanding of our law, our procedure, and how our people can benefit from our experience. Not to come fill out misinformation. The reality of the day is that internally, the Supreme Court has ruled. That is the internal mechanism that you can take advantage of. You cannot go where the country, the president have not made any formal request. There is an office in Liberia that hosts the Ecowas mission. And that office has not been served notice even. It is the making of Senator Snow. As you've seen, as you have read the communication where Senator Snow has openly shown himself that he's the one to lobby on the ground to set the foundation for them. His bare ball will be on the delegation, as expired on the delegation. That delegation is already compromised.
Mr. Formula.
Good faith.
Or Formula, Dr. Francine. Yeah, that Dr. Francine coming down. Yeah, because there are so many of us.
I'd
like to state my views by saying that it will be very beneficial for the audience if we stick to the issues as opposed to attacking personalities, calling people names on this show.
Do not attack me.
Yeah, we agree. So let's just go on from there.
But
what I just said.
I will say quickly, please. He's not a guest. Let's be very honest here.
Okay, then the point is made. We got you. Don't hold it now. Dr. Francine, your question will go to Colonel Gray. Let's just move on. Yeah.
Okay.
No, nobody is not a guest.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but we're asking him questions. Like this. Until Scandal comes back. Dr. Francine, go ahead.
Thank you. My preference is I would prefer for us to speak orderly, for our audience to enjoy the show. I would prefer for us to stick to the issues because it would benefit our audience as opposed to name calling and being very petty in the way that we behave. It is my belief that this matter stems from being petty in the first place, people's personal desire as opposed to looking at the great good for the country, as opposed to looking at the organic law of the country, as opposed to looking at the framers' intention, the spirit of the framers of our Constitution. When you describe someone who is coming as Liberian, he's bringing a delegation of people who are not part of our culture, are not part of our country, and he's maybe there to make them feel comfortable. We don't know the exact role. I think somebody said this person played an assistant to the head. Okay, he may be there just to take notes. If you come up by condemning the Ecowas venture into the country, you are just saying that you're not willing to listen to anybody at all. I will not underscore. I will not downplay. Let me just say that word. I will not downplay the efforts that Ecowas has made in our body politics. Ecowas was there during our Civil War. They've been in our country. We have an agreement with them. Paul Kennedy said it neat and nicely that we are signatories to different agreements with them. And if there's fragility in our country, anytime there's fragility in our country, that affects the economy of the region. It's an economic body, and that's what we need to know. So let's stick to the issue instead of calling people names. Let's look. If you don't have 43 members to remove the speaker, that's all many of us are asking, or I'm asking. Then you don't have it. Work towards getting that 43 member. How hard can this be? You guys have legitimate claim of your accounts. It looks good on paper. Mobilize, lobby your colleagues instead of just coming every day and talking petty politics that will enrich only one person. Thank you.
Representative Pumele.
Yeah, so the best thing to do when we are on this kind of show, we could be safer. Tell your panelists that they are professional people who sit on the other side of the table, forming part of the conversation. So you need to be able to watch your word, put in place better words in describing the kind of conversation you people are having. So I look forward to us having the conversation being safer, but likewise, you should be able to tell your panelists that you have another person who is listening and their words should be kind and safer. Let's continue the conversation. But our issue is not to condemn Ecowas. We are saying if there is an official communication sent to the presiding in section, that communication will be received, that communication will be discussed, and plenary will take an official decision to communicate with Ecowas. As it stands from the listing that was placed out, the guys that are involved, the person who is trying to arrange the meeting in Liberia, is already compromised. You are aware and there's no one on your show. Why can't you say it? Why can all of the panelists say, hey, Snow cannot be the right person that you can rely on? You already have an office in Liberia. More than that, they said that the president of this republic communicated with his colleague in Nigeria to interfere in his country's domestic affairs, or there is no avenue that is provided by law that can solve this problem. Yes, there is China, there is an avenue where we can solve this problem. We have gone to the Supreme Court, we have taken advantage of the law, the justice in Cuba has ruled, and let us live in keeping and supporting the Constitution of this republic. There's nothing short of that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Honorable Representative, I appreciate this. A lot of us, if we guys can keep the questions short and we get to the point, we appreciate it. Colonel Greg.
I thought you want to take my call.
I beg you, sir. Seriously, Colonel, sorry. Honorable Snow, you are connected with Honorable Fode, so we'll be asking you guys questions together. This is the best way we can have everybody in. Can you please, Senator Snow, please hold on 1 minute, please. What? Do I know who you are going to?
Me.
Okay, Colonel Greg. Colonel Greg, please.
Yeah. Okay, Representative Famule. Let's make progress. We seemingly have exhausted the internal mechanism, to resolve this matter. You are sticking to your point that you will not sit under the gavel of the speaker. The speaker is saying that unless he's removed constitutionally with the laws, he remains the speaker. I continue to hear you talking about plenary. A plenary is not legal if it does not have a presiding. The presiding is the official recognized speaker. That is the presiding for now. So going to a deputy speaker is just an expansion of the conflict. Now, in your mind, they're trying to bring Ecowas. You're saying that you have problem with the body that they're trying to bring. So, tell us reasonably, how do you expect us to solve this conflict?
Okay, the first thing is that, one, we have an internal system put in place as to how issues of concern are solved. If it is legal, we go to the court. If it's something that requires the decisions of the Supreme Court, we file pleading. The speaker took advantage of the law. He went to the Supreme Court. He requested the Supreme Court to do a few things for him. One, to ensure that the gathering, the sessions we are conducting in the John Chamber, there should be a stay order placed on that session, that it is not legal in his mind, and the Supreme Court should grant him that authority. Two, that the Supreme Court should instruct the lawmaker in that session to go to the Chinese building and sit under his gavel. That was the two major things the speaker prayed for. In the wisdom and in keeping with our constitution, the laws controlling this republic, the justice in chamber declined to issue the said order. The judge said the request of the speaker did not fall within the confines of the law, and as such, he declined. So within our legal framework, our legal space of jurisdiction, that request has been proven that it is not in keeping with law. What we are doing, we are acting in keeping with law. What we have said, that based on the complaint against the speaker, moving forward, when we meet on Tuesday in section, there will be a formal conversation held on the floor of plenary. The issues that have been going to the court, the issues are all been different. What the speaker told the court, the decisions on the Supreme Court was just clear. That speaker, you are not acting in keeping with the law where the majority is, where quorum is, where they have a presiding officer, there where they can conduct the business of government.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Representative Fambula. Hang on with us. Let me give Senator Snow the chance because he just joined this conversation. Senator Snow, welcome to the show. Welcome to Spoon Talk. It's always good having you. The reason why we bring you in, we understand that this is the House of Representatives matter, but we bring you in based on the Ecowas document that we received. Letter to the Speaker, letter to Jeremiah Kuhn, letter to the President, letter to everyone else, and your name is mentioned in the second to last paragraph that they will be leaning on Edwin Melvin Snow, Senator, head of the Liberian delegation to Ecowas Parliament, for support with all necessary arrangement in connection with the meeting. And here we are today. Honorable Fambula said, one of your supporter in the name and person, Edwin Miller, name is on this delegation, and therefore it's a conflict. Let's give you the chance to hear from you, sir. Honorable Senator.
Can I say why I'm saying he is absent clearly that he can get it?
Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I said he is absent. One, that Senator Snow is already compromised. He had a side. Two, the delegation of Ecowas cannot lean on him in as much as in our resolution. There is a particular position that says our delegation from the lower house, we have an objection to that decision because there was no election. So the delegation as a whole have a question that they need to answer. Three, the delegation that is coming has not officially written the presiding officer that is.
Let's just see what Honorable Snow. Let's see what Honorable Snow involvement. You said that, and I want you to be.
So Honorable Snow is, I said, it is the manipulations of Honorable Snow in Nigeria to bring our country to public disgrace because we've been able to increase our democratic credentials.
Thank you very much. I think the Honorable heard it. You said he's manipulating, but let me give him the chance to speak.
He manipulated the people in Nigeria.
Senator Snow, can you please respond? Senator Snow, please. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening, panelists. Well, I'm a family. Good evening. How are you?
Good evening, Senator. How are you?
Okay. So, I'm a family. I will address the issue, but let me just say something to you. You are a freshman lawmaker, and I respect you because I think we interacted 1 or 2 times on the Public Accounts Committee. But I think when you try to bring my reputation to public disrepute, I don't think it's fair. I listen to you, and I think you are going a little too fast. I would ask you tonight publicly to slow down. Don't just castigate people or malign people's character because of a political fight. I listen to you, and I don't think you're being fair to me. I don't think you're being fair to every Miller. Every Miller is a professional Liberian from Bon County, the county you represent, that work within the Ecowas Parliament. These are professional staff at the Ecowas Parliament. To regard him as a bad boy and that is compromised family, I'm appealing to you, slow down, my brother. I've seen the legislature, I've been in the legislature for years, more than 17 years now. Slow down. Having said that, let me answer the question, Senator. Now, at the Ecowas Parliament, I'm the head of the Liberian delegation at the Ecowas Parliament. In addition to that, I chair the Committee on Political Affairs, Peace and Security. The policy of ECOWAS, when there's something affecting your country, you don't get involved. You are not involved with the details of what's happening in that situation. Now, ECOWAS got concerned. Don't forget, our region right now is very fragile. The situation that came out of Mali was a situation of an election that the ruling party tried to manipulate, and there was a coup d'etat, and today Mali is gone. Currently, they said the parliament in Senegal has been dissolved by the president, and they are calling for fresh election in Senegal on the 17th of this month. The parliament in Guinea-Bissau has been dissolved by the president, and they are calling for fresh election. Ghana, there's chaos in Ghana parliament where the ruling party lost some members by losing the majority, and they're claiming onto the majority. The opposition said no, they don't have the majority. They went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court ruled in favor of the ruling party. The opposition says no. There's a problem in the Ghana parliament that even ECOWAS is trying to visit the situation. ECOWAS business situation in Ghana. Now, having said that, the situation in Liberia, ECOWAS, we have something called the early warning mechanism. Every country in this region, we know exactly what's happening. The ECOWAS Secretariat, the Security Council of ECOWAS is briefed on a daily basis. President Tinubu is briefing from the Security Council. President Tinubu of Nigeria is a chair of ECOWAS government, or authority or head of states and government. In the briefing, apparently they saw what was happening in Liberia. He sent for the Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament, who comes from Togo, and mandated the Parliament to come to Liberia immediately and find out what's happening and see how best they can intervene. The first Deputy Speaker of ECOWAS Parliament is also the Deputy Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He's a delegation. The majority leader from the Gambian Parliament, who's the fourth Deputy Speaker, is on that delegation. They are coming to Liberia. What's my role in this? Am I going to attend the meetings? No. I'm not a member of the delegation. I'm not going to attend any of the meetings. They got the mandate from President Tinubu yesterday. They did the letters today. The matter of fact, they called me immediately last night. When they called me to say they were coming to Liberia and they wanted to see if I could help them to book these appointments. My only role, as I speak to you now, Senator, I just left a meeting with the president and the vice president. I just left the president and the vice president to brief them on what ECOWAS is coming. And they'll be meeting with the president. Unfortunately, the vice president is traveling tomorrow morning. He will not be in the country. Who do they want to meet? When I got through talking to them, I called the presiding officer of the majority black, the deputy speaker, Honorable Thomas Fala. Mr. Majority Black presiding officer, ECOWAS is coming to Liberia. They would like to have a meeting to meet you and your people. Representative Fala told me, or Senator Snow, I request that they address the letter to Honorable Koga. He is the chair of the Majority Black. I said to him, I agree, but you are also the deputy speaker. I think they should also meet with you. He said, fine, but let them address it to Koga as well. Who are those that ECOWAS have rated? ECOWAS wrote the president of Liberia. They will pay a courtesy visit, which is customary. The guests of the government, they will meet the president, they will brief the president while they're in the country. From the president, they were going to meet the vice president, who also happens to be the president of this. They will meet the vice president. The vice president is traveling tomorrow morning, he won't be in the country. From there, they will meet the pro tem. It's not a Senate matter, but it's a legislative matter. They will meet the pro tem. Thereafter, they will meet with the speaker, Honorable Funati Kofa. They will meet with the deputy speaker, Honorable Thomas Fala. They will meet with Representative Samuel Koga. In those meetings, they are allowed to carry whoever they want to carry there in the meeting, and they'll have the meetings. They will meet with the Civil Society Network or Council of Liberia. They will meet with, they wrote also President George Weah as the opposition leader to meet with him, former president, opposition leader. So there are 9 different persons that they will be meeting with. You will not see Edwin Snow in those meetings. I don't have a egg to fry in it. I have nothing to do with those meetings. I am not a part of the conflict. They're coming to Liberia. My only job was like tonight. I got a letter I was in Tottenham, in Bomi County when I got the letter. I drove to Monrovia, immediately called the vice president, explained to him. The vice president of the president said, please come over. So you've seen the Ecowas ambassador who will also be in the meetings. Could the Ecowas ambassador to a president tonight to give him that briefing? I'm an official government. I say to you, let's take time how we proceed. I've been in removal. I will remove myself. I was forced to resign. I was part of the group that made Speaker Tyler to resign. I know how deep these things go. Stop casting or negative expression on other people's character because you want to move a speaker. It's your right. The only people that can make this decision to move speaker is 73 men and women. Nobody else can move for Nantin Kofa except the 73 of you. To call Edwin Miller a professional staff, a Liberian like yourself from the very county you represent, a bad boy, I take zero offense to that and I ask you to apologize. You called me, I'm compromised, I don't have a side, but because it's Liberia and I'm not allowed to be a part of the negotiation since my country, I am not part of those meetings. My only job is make sure these people can see their officials in your country. They're coming tomorrow. If you can help with transportation to pick them up at the airport, get somebody to do their hotel booking, whatever it is, and they're on their own. I got nothing to do with
Honorable Snow, thank you very much. Allow us to come in very quick. Honorable Snow, were they invited into this fight?
I just explained to you, I laid the premise that ECOWAS has a regular briefing, a daily briefing on the security situation in the region. I'm going to Guinea-Bissau because the parliament.
No, I understand, Honorable Snow, I understand. For the sake of our audience, were they invited? Yes or no? Just let the Liberian people know. Nobody invited them, right?
Mr. Starfield, I did not invite them. I never invited them. I got a call yesterday from the Secretary General that they got a mandate from President Tinubu, the president of Nigeria, and he has instructed.
Do you think anybody in the government, the speaker invited them, the president invited them? Were they invited? You know anything? Say you serve on the delegation?
To my knowledge, I just met the president, the vice president. They were not invited by the president. They were not invited by the speaker. Liberia is a member of ECOWAS. ECOWAS is a community. When your friend house is on fire, your duty is to see how you can cut it off. Now, if the majority of black, like Mr. Famler seems to be the spokesman of the black, decide they don't want to meet ECOWAS. They don't want to meet ECOWAS. ECOWAS can't do anything to them. It's their right. But to go in the air and start casting expression on people because you want to move for Nantin Kofa, Mr. Famler, we got a long way.
Allow Mr. Famler to respond to you because you are quite correct. A lot of things were said, and let allow Mr. Famler to respond.
The assertion you made, Senator Snow, that has to do with President dissolving Parliament, the legislature. We have a Republican form of government in this country. No president have the authority to dissolve the legislature. No, our law does not support it. Two, you want us to believe that ECO, the blue sky, without any communication from President Boakai, from either of the stakeholders in this country, only walk into Liberia situation with the mindset to go settle a situation that they have not been requested to intervene. That you are aware as a senator and one of those who have actively participated in the removal of a speaker, knowing that that process is an internal matter, and internally that issue can be resolved without using the legal framework within our country. But you try to facilitate and lobby and reach out to stakeholders to the extent where tonight you are reaching out to the president. That is what they wanted from you. That is why I believe you have made your role to be like. Because you are a representative of our country to Nigeria. In the absence of any communication to Nigeria, you communicate with your colleagues on the phone. You have informed them that my colleague will be leaving power, where majority of his colleagues are saying they do not want him to preside. And I want you guys to come in now and intervene. Where do we stand? Is it a country, a satellite state for Nigeria where they intervene?
Yeah, but he's saying that he did it. I'm familiar. He's saying he did it, and you stay saying that Edwin Snow, the senator, did. So are you hearing the senator? He said he didn't, though. But you still put me
I'm
on.
saying based on the communication. The communication spelled out Senator Snow clearly. And you are not aware. He who are rating a format and knows Senator Snow, you read a post on Facebook and say the communication of Ecowas had no knowledge. They made mention of it. They said you were read their meetings. You reach out to all of the leaders. He has already started reaching out to the president, reaching out to the vice president, reaching out to the speaker.
And so what?
Or the deputy speaker.
No, we still got Senator Snow on. We still got Senator Snow on.
This is a republic. This crisis has gone to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has come up with a final decision. You are aware of the decision. Are you trying to circumvent the decisions of the Supreme Court to undermine our court process? Is it what you want for us to believe, that this process that you are aware that has gone to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court has ruled, Ecowas need to come now and intervene in legislature, decide who become their speaker? Is it how you want to reduce our country? One president, we are accepted resources, he turned power freely, increasing our democratic credential. You try to put in place a measure that undermine it. Then you tell me, say, Family, you need to slow down. This job is not a large job for Family. Family is an educated young man. If there's no job in the parliament, I will go area and teach. Because I'm a professional young man.
Honorable Snow, you'd like to respond, then we go back to the panelists, please. Honorable Edwin Snow.
I think, CEO, let me say something before they speak.
Honorable Snow, you'd like to respond before we bring in Fandela Patrick?
No, responding to Family tonight will be a waste of my time. I'm
okay.
Him. I think I explained myself. If it's not convincing enough, then it's unfortunate. He accused me of encouraging Funati to go to the Supreme Court. He accused me of this, accused me of that. I wish him well. All I can say to him, the Ecowas Parliament, the Speaker and two of our deputy speakers will be here on Sunday. They will book an appointment to come and see you. And believe me, if you don't want to see them, tell them we don't want to see you. Or when they get to you, ask them who invited you here, how you got here. They were paying for themselves. But I don't want to go through this. Family, I wish you well. I wish you all the best in the legislature. Or when you go teach your LU, I wish you the best there. This is politics. Continue your work.
Thank you very much, Honorable Snow. Have a good night. Thank you. Honorable Family, thank you. We're going to go back to the studio. When we have a question, we'll call you later, sir. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, guys. Let make juice out of this thing. Fadela, talk to me. What you heard? Let
me state tonight clearly. When we come on this platform, people take their time. Men and women come here to listen and share. But I hate for people to extend me an invitation to participate in ignorance. I will not honor that next time. Snow stated clearly. I think it was prudent enough, and I'd like to say this, for the honorable lawmaker to have waited and listened to what Snow had to say before he make a comment. He came here, Snow came here, Senator Snow came here. He articulated well. And of course, and I have made this very clear, he is a member of the Ecowas Parliament. If they are coming to Liberia, who do they engage? They need somebody who is part of the parliament to help them coordinate activities on the ground. I also do that. In my network, when people are coming here, they want to meet government officials or other international organizations, I coordinate because I'm on the ground. But Famula says something is important to clarify. The rape issue at the Supreme Court, when they went there, all of us are aware they have been parading with resolution to remove the speaker. When they went to the Supreme Court, they asked them, do you have a resolution to remove the speaker? They said, no, we have a complaint. Therefore, the justice in Chimbo declined. Say you don't have resolution to remove the speaker. There's no need for me to rule to say you guys are illegitimate. You can go group anywhere. But if it was on the basis of their resolution to say we have a resolution to remove the speaker, the justice in Chimo will have ruled. So these people are deceptive, very deceptive. You listen to him, they are now reducing the 6-count resolution to complain. They have to be men and women enough to come here and tell the Liberian people, initially, we said we had resolution, but when we went to the Supreme Court, we said we never had resolution.
Thank you.
So it's
thank you very much for that out. I appreciate you guys. We're going to go. Asido, welcome to the show. I want to welcome every one of you. Let's go on a good note on this one, which is the letter from the executive mansion. If you want to speak on your time, it's a given time. You can speak on the issue you so desire. That to reach us in, we have not touched a letter from the executive mansion that was sent today, not to the speaker, but to the chief clerk. So to everybody, let me bring you first, Asido, because you just joined. Then we'll go to that to reach us in. I know you wanted to speak to the Edwin Snow and the Ecowas thing. We'll give you 2 minutes because you came late from work today. But I want to also say, please incorporate this. It's very important to know the letter was sent to the chief clerk, Bedre Seyon, right? And you read this letter before, not to the speaker. Talk to us, Asido. Let's give you 2 minutes.
Well, Stanton, thank you. You know, I've come on this show today. Before coming, I started thinking about too many things. I'm going to sit on a platform for us to take 3 hours to talk about men and women who should be making Liberia move forward, but are making Liberia stand still and go back. And Mr. Snow said something that I thought was just on my lips. How many times have we not had Representative Fambule come on the show? Every day he will come here. The representative has never called to tell us one single achievement in his district. Not a single. He has never called to tell us one good thing he's doing for Liberia's forward march. He calls every day to come and just go all around the cycle. And there should be a time where we should say enough is enough. If you say you won't bring Jesus Christ to help them, they say, no, Jesus Manaka, we here. If you say you won't bring Mohammed Manaka. So who should come? Stanton, all of us on the platform, we have feminists in Liberia. We talk to our feminists every day. After the show, I encourage everyone to pick up your phone. Call any family member you have. Ask them, how is Liberia? And listen to what they will tell you. They will tell you, the place how, the country getting how. These are the problems we have. But over a month, we have men and women making our country harder. And we should take our time every day to come on this platform and talk about, oh, the speaker will not come, he will come. Oh, the speaker will not sleep, he will go. Stand up. I want to recommend something. This is a big issue, I know. But it's been more than a month we'll be talking about this no issue. I think we should go towards discussing those issues that have impact on the lives of the people, then keep having one representative every day coming to talk the same thing. No matter what you tell him in his head, the small thing are there that they found out. And I really didn't come on the show happy today. How much more will we be here, all of us, see the great men and women on this platform? How much more will we be here to discuss this one thing? Even when the civil war came in Liberia, it ended. Everything on earth has an end.
So that moves now. So I understand your point you are making, but I want us to talk about the executive letter. I don't want you to pass it.
I wanted to end there, but in my mind, we need to slow down on this lawmaker people thing. But on the letter issue, times and over again, we've always said on the show, one good thing I like about me, I'm never moved. Once I know what I know, I say it. I don't care. You can curse, you can say whatever, that's your business. We have said that the executive is deeply rooted in the chaos of Liberia. Remember when the president communicated to the legislature, asking them for more time, who he wrote? He wrote the speaker. Today, he is also basically asking for more time, but he asked a deputy minister, now acting minister, to write the chief clerk. What is what, my people? Can we see that the government is being crippled by all these foolish politics that they play?
So let me ask you a question before I leave you, as though. Is it illegal? Is it normal when the executive write the chief clerk instead of the speaker? Is it a problem?
I spoke with few people on that. It depends. So if a minister or deputy minister writes the house, they can write either the speaker, the pro tem, or the chief clerk. If the president writes the house, it has to be the speaker or the pro tem. Now, this is the issue, Stanton. This is the issue. What we are talking about is the national budget. The national budget comes from one branch of government to the second branch of government. The only person that should communicate on the issue of the national budget should be the head of the one branch of government.
Who says so? Who says so?
Head of the next. Like I told you.
So take your time. Let's have a good conversation. You can listen. I will give you small extra more time. Bring in Dwallo and Dr. Richardson. Who says so that it must be President Bwaka because it's the budget?
It has always been that way since the hands of time.
Because it has always been that way, does it make it legal though, or illegal?
That is the problem that we have. Stanton, yes, it is legal. I'm not a law professor. It is okay to talk to people. But listen, let's put it in common sense here. Let's forget about the politics of it. When the president was writing for extension of the budget, why didn't someone else write the chief clerk? Why did he write the speaker?
What are you insinuating? Is that some kind of game here?
Let me not say you, but everyone in the interest of Liberia knows that the executive is playing politics. The executive is in the cookies.
On whose behalf?
On the executive behalf against the executive. I said this the last time. The very same thing I said. And these people, they always claim to be the most educated people. If this government stays like this, I'm afraid.
I don't think you answered my last question because we already got to go. I got to bring Dr. Richardson in. I said, what are you insinuating? What's going on? Are they playing game? You said yes. Who's going to benefit from this game? For the Tikofa or the 43 men and women?
That is what I'm saying. That's what I said, Stanton. If you give me just a second, I keep wondering if those in the rescue camp, be it the rescue lawmakers and the rescue executive, if they really understand that everything that is going on plays against them. This is the president playing politics. At the end of the day, the country's leadership is. Stanton, please, a second. Let me just end with this.
Those things are making it big. Now
I beg you, I said though, because I don't want to get my. I said, I'm giving you. Let me just put this. I said, hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute. We'll come back to you. Pause on it. We'll come back to you because
I don't want to anything there, Stanton.
Yeah, very quick, Dan. Be fast, please.
So, Stanton, you think about this. Like I was talking to someone. You were in Liberia for 6 years past. Now you get for like 9-10 months. Chaos everywhere. No understanding of the country.
You're not answering the last question. You said it's going to benefit who? The 43 men or it's going to benefit the speaker?
Unless you were listening to me. But I did say it, that everything going on is against the executive branch. Because
thank you very much. Thank you, Brother Isaac. Dr. Richardson, let me bring you in. Dr. Richardson, if Joseph Yima Bwaka, president of the Republic of Liberia, doing everything against his own government, why is he doing it, Dr. Richardson?
Because he don't know.
Hey, Bandera, let's take it small now. Because we got to enjoy this day. I beg you, Dr. Richardson, please come in. Let's come into the letter issue that was sent to the chief clerk. What you say in it?
I don't see the letter being as against the government, against Joseph Boakai's government. In order to answer who is supposed to receive the letter, we have to go to the past. Previously, who did the president send the letter regarding the budget to? Did he send it to the speaker or did he send it to the clerk? So if we find out that his
But you know, you write a letter. Why is people like asking plenty question?
Today he sent it to the clerk.
Yeah,
We
but
won't ask
no,
you
no,
question.
so let's go ahead. The first letter was sent to the speaker and was signed by the president. This one was signed by the minister and was sent to the chief clerk.
Yes.
So go ahead.
So we need an explanation as to why there's a change in direction. Because if he was consistent with this budget letter, previously he sent it to the speaker. And then something happened. I think he said through further consultation, he sent the letter now to the chief clerk. So in order to make an informed decision about this, I'd like to know a few things. One, inform his decision to redirect himself from sending the letter to the speaker and now to the chief clerk. Maybe he can come in and tell us. Second, in the past, who does he usually send his letter to, the speaker or the chief clerk? If it is customary or if it is a practice for him to send a letter to the speaker and today he's making a change, that will tell me that the president he himself is getting involved into this whole deadlock. Okay.
Okay. So on whose side you think the president on here by sending the letter to the chief clerk? Who benefits?
You asking me?
I'm finishing with that to Richardson real quick.
Well, I mean, again, until he answers to me who he sent these letters to in the past and what informed his decision to send it to
it's the president first time. The man sent letter there. The first one went to the speaker, the one went to the chief clerk. What more you want in the past? What past you talking about? That just now more we talking about.
There
was a budget before this. There was a budget before this. There was the budget. We had a whole conversation here that was.
All right, Dr. Richardson. So who you think benefited here, Dr. Richardson?
Who is benefited? I can't answer that question though. All I know, I will tell you the speculation is, and I hate to make speculation. The speculation is maybe he's sending this letter now to the chief clerk because he's not fair in the speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Dwalu come in before Uncle Sam.
Yeah, look, Senator. First of all, let me get some clarity. The insinuation or the implication because things are getting hard in the country, that mean, Honor President, we are things for better, is us and our best. Okay, now I'm a big advocate here that we need to create jobs in the country for young men. I say about it every single day. Hopefully, the president listens one day, and we have to do more. That's an argument. But let me say this to you: who the president sends the letter to? I will agree with my brother Azido here to some extent in terms of the normal order of things. If it is traditional or if it's been happening for a very long time, the way laws work is if you do something continuously and everybody accepts it, it becomes green or grandfathering. People will expect that. Now, let ask you a few questions. Is it the only channel the president has now to send the budget because everybody else is in disarray? Maybe perhaps that's why he's sending it to the clerk. I am not sure. But like I think what Fatima or Dr. Francine said, we need to know why. They need to give the public an explanation as to why he's sending the budget now to the clerk. It is upon them because we cannot speculate.
But you want to speculate, but you're insinuating something.
Yeah, right? That's what I'm saying. So I'm going off of history, and I understand what you're trying to say, and I get your point. But they need to explain to the Liberian people why this route. We have not taken the route before.
Do you think the executive has taken side by sending it to the chief clerk?
I can't say that with complete certainty, Stanton. I'm not sure.
Do you think they have shifted a little bit, though?
I think they're still balanced in the middle. And they're weighing the outcome as to where they're going to lean. So I think that they're feeling things out. That's what I will conclude.
Okay, Uncle Sam.
First of all, Stanton, for 30 seconds, I'd like to address the Honorable Famula. Mr. Famula, you don't even know who I am. All you hear is the gossip and chief thing that people talk about. You don't know where I went to school. You don't know where I served. You don't know anything about my life. I have more integrity on one pinky finger than the entire legislature. One pinky. And your 43 legislators have been credibly accused of taking bribe. Credibly accused of taking bribe. You talk about El Nito? I raised $500,000 from the international system to fight Ellen Johnson Sirleaf on that fake deal, which is metaphors to Western cluster today. I fought for that. Vandela Patrick, you were there when I was fighting other Liberians. I fought. I raised money. I raised money to send a team, a high-level team to the United Nations.
Can we come back to the conversation?
Because my integrity is important.
Yeah, but Uncle Sam, let's move on now.
Because there are young people watching this show, I raised $600,000 from the Swedish government to send a team to the UN to develop the Sustainable Development Goals. Okay, I went to some of the best schools in the world.
Okay, Sam, let's get back on track.
Organizations I will. So let me just get to him. First of all, bear in mind that President Joseph Yuma Boakai is the head of government. And the head of government, one of the responsibilities of the head of government is to do what? To bring amity, right? And precision to the three branches of government. The fact that one of the three branches of government is dysfunctional on his watch, I'm not accusing him of anything. I'm just saying, if I were president and there is dysfunction under a branch of government, I would try to do more. Maybe he's doing more. And if he's doing more, he should let the public know that he seriously sees of the matter. He is engaged with what is a factionalization of the legislature, like factionalization of the country during the rebel time. We need to be very careful. So I blame the extension of this unending impasse to the chief executive of the Republic of Liberia, who is our father. He should be able to call his sons and daughters behind the scene and use whatever influence he has. But it's gone for 30 days. I'm afraid that if this thing goes on, okay, interminably, it could undermine stability and have us going against one another again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My sister Fatima, you want to, let's close on this, sis.
Well, I think I have a different approach on all of these things that are happening. I mean, you guys know, of course, let me give the disclaimer. I'm a lover of this president, and everything that he's done and he's trying to do, I support it. So that's the disclaimer. But I want us to speak freely and fairly, okay? I know everybody on the platform is saying there's these 43 renegades, this and this, that. I just wanted us to have an opened mind, okay? Let's just say you are the head of 72 individuals, and 43 of them come and say they've now lost confidence in you and can no longer serve under your gavel. The first thing I would do is try to find a way for us to meet and talk and try to put things together for the betterment of the country. Not any amount of talk. I know Liberian people. Liberian people could bring war. And I know how many thousands or 100,000 of us die. They can do anything. If you come and say that you would just make us, all of us to just talk for one side to say, oh, all these people are wrong. Only this person is right. Why are you acting like this is the first time a speaker has been removed in Liberia? This is not the first time. No, I'm not. When you're speaking, I do not speak. No, do not interrupt me. Do not.
I'm just giving you
No. I'm not listening to you. When you're speaking, I respect you. Are you listening to me? Are you listening to me when I'm speaking? When you're speaking, I do not interrupt you. Listen to me. I'm very careful when you're speaking. I never speak to interrupt you. I need to speak. Give me my time. I'm reclaiming my time. I will reclaim my time. I'm serious about it. I never interrupt you. Do not interrupt me. I speak quietly when everybody else is speaking. So let me have my word in there. Okay? I fear nobody. I want to speak my mind freely, and y'all can jabba and tia at the end. This is not the first time people have come against a speaker and he resigned. Resigned, removed, same thing. Resigned. Okay? Let's just go with the right word. Resigned. For me, I particularly care for this speaker. I like him. He's a friend of mine. I don't hate him. Okay? My only job is for this president's agenda to move forward. That's it. Dwalu has a great plan for us that we are envisioning. Those are the things that I'm working towards for this country to move forward, because like other people, whoever did it going to look for a visa to come to America, me, I won't go back to my country, Liberia. In fact, the thing I wanted, I get it in a few days. I'm going to Liberia for the next 4 years. So I'm trying to go to my country, and the way I will go back to Liberia and have a good time in Liberia, doing what I love best, is for there to be cohesion in all 3 branches of government. Oh, come here every day, everybody talking. The other people are renegade. The other people are like, did you think I would change the people? My Liberia men want to say I will come if to kill, and I'm not gonna. When they hold it, they can drag it until they move the whole forest forward. You can see every day when Formula Khan, he got his stand, he stick to that stand, he stays there. When the other people kind of stick to that stand, they stay there. Let us be realistic. Let us look at this thing with an open mind. You guys requested due process. The last time I heard, when they won in the court, they said they will give due process. Ecowas is coming, whatever intervention they're coming to do, I think we should wait and see. But like the former CEO said, I don't know what gains we make, but it is something from a friendly neighbor. I think they should come. And whatever goes on, let's just realize that these are 2 separate entities, 2 people, 2 different groups now that are fighting each other. And as it pertains to the president, I know people are saying the president is taking side, the president is doing this. I do not think the president is taking side. But like other presidents before him, he wants his arrest agenda to move forward. And I believe that where there is quorum, where people are doing Liberian people's business, the president is going to go there. That's just my take. And that's it. I know you don't want to hear it.
Thank you very much. Do you think Fonati will survive this, Fatima?
Honestly, CEO, you want me to tell you openly and fairly, because you know me, I don't really care.
We're not open show. We're not in secret. Don't put me in trouble.
I'm telling you, I do not believe that he will survive this. I think everybody is holding their line. I think they are stuck to they feel that they have fixed their signatures to a piece of paper. I think they're going to hold it until the end, until whatever happens, happens. They're not going to burn. I don't think it's going to happen.
Mr. Kennedy, let's get you closing.
I think it's been a good show. What things we talk about, the letter from ECOWAS. ECOWAS could be coming on as simple as 5-finding mission. They could be coming to negotiate and mitigate. They could be coming to sit and listen and observe. But ECOWAS is coming because when you have 2 of your children fighting and none of them has the ability to think that they are the big brother to say, you know what, this fight is going to create a worse off situation that could burn our house down, or that could even go about hurting one of us. Somebody who's the other person standing outside looking at them fighting has to intervene. The fact that ECOWAS is coming means does not speak well for our country, and the perspective from which I sound is from the leadership perspective. The president should not have allowed this to reach to ECOWAS, or to allow ECOWAS to come. Now tonight they informed him that ECOWAS was coming. He should take a phone and tell them, listen, we're going to handle this in-house. I don't think at this point ECOWAS is needed. If there's anything going beyond my intervention, I think ECOWAS can come. Or he could choose to do what he's doing now. sit down and let it play and let them fight and see who wins, right? So in several forms in leadership, people choose to do the laissez-faire one or get involved practically. If you see two people fighting right now, one group of the 43 in the House is saying, we are right. But my question is, if the American ambassador wrote a communication to the representatives today, will he say to the chief clerk of the House of Rep or the Speaker of the Honorable House of Representatives? That's the question people should ask, right? So I think the longer they hold this conflict in the House, the more other people will begin to get involved into our domestic affairs, which really does not sound well for us. The two parties, whether it's the 23 or the 28 with the Speaker Fonati, or is the 43 with the Deputy Speaker, I think it's about time for them to see a common cause and reason why they should come to negotiate issues. If they are able to raise the signature to get the Speaker resigned, let them go ahead and do that. Get him removed, let them go ahead and do that. If they are not able to get the signature on behalf of the business of the Liberian people, let them find another way to say, you know what, let's go back to the drawing board and see where we could bring the Speaker to compromise or to negotiate with us. But to hold the Liberian people's, business stagnant and nothing's going on because you got differences in your leadership, since a lot out there that is not working well for us. And I think that's the reason why Ecowas is getting involved. You leave it with the people, they're going to sit there and look and see nothing happening for the next 2 or 3 months.
Today is Friday, the 8th of November. We have entered the weekend. Tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday. We'll be back here again on Monday. Do you think Speaker Kofa will survive this, Paul Kennedy?
It's not about what I think. I don't know, to be honest with you. I mean, looking at Liberia, where people react to things on sentiment, oh yeah, let him resign, he holding the country leg, he doing this. They could pressure him to resign. It's up to him. Resignation is at the will of every individual.
We understand that. I'm just asking everything I'm asking your panelists on the show. So sometimes your opinion get weighed. We're not saying that it's for what you think, but do you really think everything you have heard, everything you have seen, he will survive this fight?
I could have said this about Stanton or somebody I know. I really don't know. I really don't know Speaker Kofa and what he caves to, so I can't say whether he's going to resign or not. I don't know him as a person and what he has done before.
Everything you know about the 43 men and women, do you think they will cave in? They will consider Speaker Kofa, or they will hold the ground?
No, I don't think they will cave in because they got a political trump card in their hands, which they are fighting with. So they will not back off easily.
Okay. Vandana Patrick, the same question to you while you do your closing, sir.
So how many minutes I'm giving?
You got 30 seconds, Vendetta.
No, but other people spoke for more than that. You can't treat me like that.
So I'm not taking a bite on that letter, Stanton.
No, we're coming to you. No, we'll come to you after Vendetta. Go ahead, Vendetta. You got your 2 minutes. Talk to us.
So the Speaker will not resign. The Speaker will uphold the rule of law. It is the law that President Joseph Numa Boaka on January 22nd took the Holy Bible and took an oath in line with Article 11 of our Constitution to uphold and defend the Constitution. Speaker Kofa took the same oath. He will not resign. If you have your Aladula pastor praying, he will resign. He will not resign. If you think your prophet has prophesied, he will resign. He will never resign. The days of coercing leaders to resign, those days are over. I was joking with one of my colleagues yesterday. I said, imagine people put money together, all the opposition put money together, they bring 100,000 persons on the street, Joseph Parker resign. Would that help the problem? Because Joseph Parker won with more than 100,000 votes. So 100,000 persons come on the street. We don't want JMB today. You must resign because there's plenty on the street like ants. So he said, Joseph Parker lost legitimacy. He must resign. We got to stop this. We have to stop this. And the lawmakers, from all indications, Stanton, when we started this discussion, they were talking about resolution. When they went to the court asked them, is it true that you have a resolution to remove the speaker, because it was based on a resolution that the speaker asked for a rate of prohibition, not for them to proceed with the removal. They never had a number. They said, no, Justice Nchima, we're not getting no resolution. What we have against the speaker that complain, the Justice Nchima said, okay, but then you can go back. They come outside, they say, oh, the judge ruled against it. No, if they were going to stick without their funny resolution, the judge was going to struck them down. But they went to the court, they said, we're not getting no resolution. We get complaint. So the judge could not put a stay order on members of the House of Representatives. These are information that's supposed to be clear to the public. But this is what I have to say tonight. His Excellency Joseph Newman Parker, we are backing you. The people got angry with a man who won with 62% 2017. In 6 years, his popularity depreciated, and you want him. Liberians are not stupid. Fear them. If you see them celebrating you, get ready for political demands. Instruct your party executives to call the UP lawmakers to go back to status quo ante. Forget about your goal. You have 2025 to remove the speaker. Since 2024 is not feasible, you can go to 2025. You can still removing. You can go to 2026. You can removing. You can go to 2027. You can still removing. You're not running away. 2028, you're removing. As it stands, it's not easy. And the more it drags on, it's going to be a problem. And the fact that the executive, you, Mr. President, has been dragging the submission of the budget, you have already drawn your line. You have told us you are part of a plot to violate our constitution. This is not right. I'd like to rest on tonight. Thank you.
So again, the question, just to be clear, would the 43 lawmakers cave in and that, or you think they will hold the ground?
They will hold the ground with shame. They have been disgraced already. I think their sitting is illegal. The fact of the matter, they told you and I on this platform, and this is what we need to emphasize. They have a resolution. They went to the court. They told the court, we're not getting a resolution.
So you said they will hold the ground. Thank you. Eduardo Hengo, you're going to close here, and Dr. Richards and Uncle Sam, because May's closing with them. Colonel Gray, let's hear you while you do your closing.
You know, Sandra, I keep hearing Representative Family saying that they have a ruling from the court. I think that's misinformation. The court did not rule on anything. The court only said go back since you don't have a resolution, as she said. That's what the communication says. And to come back and say we've been to the court and the court.
Let's just correct you. Let's just correct you. You say what the court said, okay, please, because it's very important for us to do this.
I mean, there's no the court did not rule. The court only instructed them to go back. If to go back, and since they don't have a resolution, but if they, as Vanderlag said, if they had a resolution,
well, the court ruled though, Conor Gray. The court ruled.
Saying what?
No, the court did not rule.
But wait.
Saying what, Senator?
Go ahead, Vendetta Patrick. You want to answer? Go answer. I'm coming, Conor Gray. Let's hear from Vendetta. What you saying?
I am saying they came on this platform. They said they have a resolution in line with Article 49 to remove the speaker.
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the ruling. We're talking about the ruling of the court. We're not
when
talking about
the court. When they went to the court, the judge asked them whether they have a resolution to remove the speaker, because it is that resolution that prompted the speaker.
So I'm not. Listen, Fadela, I'm not going there. I just want to be very clear here with Conor Gray. Fadati Kofa went to the court. and he asked the court, he prayed that they should put a state order, Conagray, a state order on everything the 43 men and women were doing.
For what?
The court, listen, Fandela, please. And he asked them, let's put a state order. And the justice in chamber said, no, I cannot.
No,
So,
no. For what? When you pray the court, you must get reason.
Fandela, wait, but let's do it one at a time, my man. I beg you,
Are you getting misleading information, CEO?
Fandela, I beg you. You're the constitutional lawyer here. Just wait more. The only thing, let me put this up for my brother Conagray to see, because it will not just be good that we get one person here as a real group member, just talk. I beg you, just wait more. I put it up, Conagray. I just had it before, but they took it down. You see, we spoke to the lawyer that were involved, Conagray. I and another person called the lawyer and asked, because they were arguing likewise. And I said, is this a win for Funati or for the 3 men and women that Funati went to pray on? Let's be fair. And the lawyer said, listen, they won. Because what Funati asked for, the court couldn't grant to Funati. Once they didn't grant his request as prayed for, it means that they won. So if the court was going to say on this document, and this is what the court say, by directive of His Honor, Yomi Kwekwe Gbese, Associate Justice presiding in chambers, you are hereby informed that the justice has declined to issue the writ prayed for. Once the justice declined to issue the writ prayed for, it's a win for the 43 men.
No, it's not a win. I'm giving you information.
No. We'll come to you. Let Conagray finish. Conagray, please go ahead.
So, Stanton, in that case, I agree. I mean, because if you ask for the wrong legal redress,
represent the people. The
yes, and then the request was denied. I think, all due respect to Funadi as a astute lawyer, I think you should have asked for mandamus.
Now you're making the point.
Yeah, you should have asked for a mandamus to review the matter, whether or not those people sit on constitutional bench to even make that. Otherwise, they don't. Both of them don't have legitimacy here. But in the case of, I hope President Bwakai, is not aware of this letter that was sent to a chief clerk, Nangbala. In all due respect, the executive communicates directly with the head of the branch. This, I'm afraid, is a deviation and undermining of the authority of the legislative branch. Legislative branch, if they will go to a chief clerk, you understand? That's not the chain of command. That's not the chain of communication. So in this case, I think if the president is aware of this letter, then because Steve Quayle said it's at the front step or the doorstep of the president. You see him before you see the president. So therefore, he's the mediator between the general public and the president. So he's in a better position to communicate based on the president's mind. I'm afraid to say if this is the way they're moving, it's not good because the next thing I will do that they're trying to do is to tell you that they don't recognize the legitimacy of the speaker. Clearly, that's language can come in reverse form. This is the back form of saying that, hey, we're not going to communicate with you because we don't recognize you. We're going to the chief clerk, who is like the individual that sits between the two parties.
And you know what? Let me take a prayer. Let's not do prayer, and then we'll bring in Duado, Dr. Richardson will close finally, and then Uncle Sam will take us home. Let me do my real quick. It is important to know that Funati wrote, I will announce this. Maybe you guys have not heard it. Funati wrote the executive, which is the president, Mr. Duado. He wrote the president and said, listen, we won you to stay out of this. Okay, Fonati did, the speaker, he wrote the president. Now, in the interim of time, look at the reply that was sent. Now, Asidu can argue whether it was sent by the minister or the president. For me, the president gave directives to that minister to reply. Simple. I'm not going to waste my time on that. Fonati requested the president, said, please stay out of this. We're going to fight this to the end, whatever his letter stated. The president, the executive mansion replied, today, they should have given the budget. There's no problem with the budget, but the executive choose not to submit the budget today. There is no problem with Augustine Kwega from budget, but the executive said, due to what is happening, we will not submit the budget today, but next week, the budget will be submitted. And the budget will be submitted to the chief clerk. The chief clerk, whether she's on medical leave, whoever there as deputy will receive the budget. And this may interest you, Mr. Dwalo and the rest of the team. If that deputy received the budget or the chief clerk received the budget, who do you think they carry it to? Fonati Kofa or the majority?
Simple, to Fonati Kofa. Who else will carry it?
Wrong. You are wrong. Let me end on this one. That's what they should do.
Yeah,
but where is the deputy chief clerk? The deputy chief clerk with the majority group. Why do you think the chief clerk, Major Sayon, is off? Today, you know who received the letter on her behalf? This letter that came in today, you know who received it on her behalf? It was the deputy chief clerk. Received. There you have it. 3:59 p.m. The deputy chief clerk received the letter on her behalf. The deputy chief clerk next week will be receiving the budget from the executive. The government, the executive, care less who he take it to. He can take it to heaven, he can take it to earth, he can take it to Fonati, he can take it to the 43 men and women. The government want the business to run, and the deputy chief clerk will take it to Thomas Fada. I am revealing a very, very unique information for the nation to hear. The deputy chief clerk will take that budget to Thomas Fala. Thomas Fala and his people will preside over the budget. They will not give the budget to Fonati Kofa. And that's why I'm asking, have they taken a side? Have the executive branch taken a side? Say anything you want to say. People say, what about Mo Ali? What about Salif Tyler? They will appear next week. They will appear, they were called, they were written, they will appear next week. And they will appear before the majority black. Is this thing slipping away from Fonati? Maybe some of you guys are afraid to say, but I can say this, Tuadu, before I come to you 30 seconds. It's slipping away from Fonati. I do believe it is. Now, Ecowas is involved. You know who else is going to be involved? The United Nations, the European Union, the newly elected president again, and everybody else at their business. These guys, and they are bent, and they are determined, and they have, like Paul Kennedy said, they have the trump card. And if Fonati don't come water, if Fonati don't fight with everything in him, this thing is slipping from Fonati's hand. There is no small minister, assistant minister will do anything if that is not been approved by the president. Watch next week. And you say, Mr. Dwalu and the people.
Let me say this. For anybody to suggest that if 43 is illegitimate or illegal, they are being crazy. They have legitimacy as well. And the argument that they should not exist is ridiculous. I, for one,
I'm not crazy. Not that I think my argument is ridiculous. I don't think they should exist. I think they are anti-government.
Okay, then that's another route that I'm saying. And I think they have to get to
it. It seems to be you are contradicting
very strong word.
You are contradicting. I hate to see people who claim
noise. I mean, wait for your time.
Let me I hate to see people contradicting their statement.
Yeah,
when it comes to
you to my own.
No.
Senator, like I was saying,
My man, go regroup and leave your
Yeah,
friend.
go regroup.
But regroup already.
No, listen. They have legitimacy. It doesn't mean I subscribe to their legitimacy. I, for one, I want everything under the umbrella of the speakership of the Republic of Liberia. But they do have the right to exist. But Senator, I don't want to leave without forgetting this one fact. I believe we are forgetting the Liberian people's business. Over the last few weeks, the Liberians, we're not talking about jobs in the country for the young people. Nobody's talking about them. This budget that normally almost 90% goes to recurring costs, it could be 100% this time around because nobody is focusing on the people. No jobs are being created. It's in that same vein, the representatives are just focused on themselves. Nobody care about the people. My brother Vanilla Patrick, I'm not contradicting myself. I'm going to say this. You cannot say representatives that were elected and constituted by the people, by the republic, are illegitimate. Now, we can suggest the way they are going about their approach, maybe consider illegitimate, but it's not for me to say. I hope they go back to the speakership and whatever they have to do, they do it in there and go ahead. They don't move for they can move for but they got to do the people's business. To the audience, the day you leave, we'll hold your phone, but I can really enjoy your byway.
Thank you very much. Let me get that Richardson close now. Uncle Sam, I say, are you with us or you just going to come in, my man? You want to eat? That Richardson close.
As
I didn't
usual,
go to now. Like tonight, I know.
As usual, it's a wonderful show. Want to just thank everyone for joining us. We want to thank the, the commentators, the viewers, the listeners, and also to you, the panelists, for taking the time from your busy schedule to be here. We started this conversation. Our part one when I joined the panelists, we started this conversation talking about the importance of Ecowas in our region, and I would like to reiterate, I think Ecowas is very important. They have played an instrumental role in bringing stability into our country. I will never underestimate the strategies and the power of ECOWAS in the region, especially when it comes to security and economics. I don't think I would disagree with my own younger brother, Representative Famler, that Snow influenced ECOWAS coming to Liberia. In Liberia, you have this mentality of some sort of inferiority and superiority complex. Other people in the world think in terms more systematic. One person don't just get up and be pompous and say, "Oh, I'm going to influence a whole group of people, a whole team of people to come to Liberia." It doesn't happen that way. They sit down, they talk about the reasoning why they need to get involved. They have meetings. They sometimes vote. They come up with a consensus to be able to make the decision to come to Liberia. So I would not for 1 second make the assumption that Snow was very influential in bringing ECOWAS to Liberia. ECOWAS is much bigger than Snow. It is my opinion. Yes, I would have preferred for someone different than Steve Miller to have been a part of the delegation, but he's there. The optics does not look good, but he is who we have in terms of doing some practical things like arranging hotels and picking up people from the airport and making the guests of Liberia feel comfortable. Our Liberia tradition of welcome. So yes, I think that was good. I actually want to just close by saying that it would be great when we come on the show again. Whether you for or against, just stick to the issue. I'm not crazy. I don't think I think any differently. I don't think my thoughts are ridiculous. I believe that those 49 or 48 lawmakers, 43 lawmakers should stand by the law. Okay, let them be big boys and girls to stand by the law. I have said this repeatedly. Okay, the law asks for 49. They have a lot of time to do it. If they cannot get the 49, then so be it. Okay, if they do get the 49, so be it. They can remove the speaker. All right, but we can no longer just keep on eroding our democracy, chipping at it small, because to meet the needs of somebody's petty desires or ego. That's what it's about. If you look at them, they didn't start, they come first. The judge had to order them to go back and put their complaint, their count together. Oh, listen to that tip. It was, this person becoming more powerful. This person is doing this. This person not let me get job. This person doing. I mean, it's like just little stuff. Get back to doing the work of the Liberian people. That's all we want. We all have relatives in Liberia. We want a successful country. Don't you guys think that we are tired of living in the diaspora? I am. Thank you very much.
Brother Richardson, thank you. Mr. Jackson, you will take us home. Let's hear from Alistair Doe. Minister Doe, everyone have done the closing. You close, and Uncle Sam will be the last.
So this is the third time, 1, 2, 3, where a speaker is being pushed to leave his position. Has President Barker asked himself why he is so associated with speaker's issues? As vice president, speaker's issues. As president, speaker issues.
Hold on. Everybody that get babies under 5 or 7, can you mute yourself? Thank you. To continue.
Like I was saying, Liberia is not okay. I've encouraged everyone, and I will encourage everyone again. Pick up your phone after the show, call a relative in Liberia, and ask them, how things. Just ask them how things, and listen to what they will tell you. We should be finding solutions to our problems. I'm sure nobody can come on here to defend achievements of the government. No. Day and night and day, we are on here talking about lawmakers. And what hurts? Whenever I speak to someone who's asking for school fees, they didn't register, and then I think about our lawmakers who's supposed to be making these things happen, sleeping in hotel day and night, I feel very funny. It would look, maybe it's okay as it's saying it, but if you just take some time off and reflect on it, you will know how sad it is for our country. For 1 month, our friends didn't go to work. Nothing was done. 1 month. Do you know how much their salary for the month? They will get it free. They don't care about man Titi who in the market is suffering, who crying. No, they don't. Their salary will come. Their gas slip will come. Their scrap car will come. Every day. Tomorrow, my brother for the family that will call again to count the show. Monday, for the family will call again to count over. Tuesday, for the family will call again to count over. Wednesday, for the family will then call and say, listen, I called to tell what I'm doing in my district. The successes the people enjoy. This is what I am doing for Liberia to get better. No, he will call to tell her, the rule of law say that it was my father, but not father. But the speaker asked me to say this. He told me to say, he will not resign. He will not resign. While we're on the phone, he texted me. He says, Speaker J. Fonatikova will not resign. So, if he doesn't resign, we're waiting for the AFL to go behind here and be pushing him with guns, say, go resign, go resign. In 2024, to resign under force, by fire, by force, in 2024. From the time God created this planet, it has always been a person's personal decision. President Barker took power now, even the dictionary now changing. The words we want to know now are changing to different things. To resign now is not by your own decision. It's by fire, by force. But no, he will not resign. As things goes on, if this continues, I will get one advice for the president. This is his government. I don't want to put it there, but I will say, when the US President Trump won the re-election, he won despite the fact that CNN and all these people threw everything at him. At the end of the day, the people voted on him based on deliverable.
I'm gonna tell Donald Trump victory from you. You still trying to
before we come at you. Donald Trump is not a decent person.
No. We got to respect democracy.
Don't bring that here.
No,
Don't
we're
use
telling
Donald Trump on this
the
platform as a
man
good example.
doing it intentionally. You want dropping in people's faces. Yeah.
Camilla, Donald Trump supposed to be leading the great country. Camilla, Donald Trump.
I will mute all of y'all. I'll see where you have course. I will mute all of you, man. Let's see the Liberian
So
politics.
after the winning was not because of all of the propaganda, all of the CNN news.
When you say talking about me, bad. Stop. We're not talking about Donald Trump here, bad.
I'm
No,
ending
man.
now. I'm talking about my country like this.
No, that thing is there in the chat room.
Don't use Donald Trump as an example for Liberia.
You heard some all feeding in that chat room after the win.
Donald Trump is a bad example for Liberia.
But
Yes.
so,
let me end now. We gotta go. So again, my advice to the president: if this continues, this is your government. What happens in Liberia is on you, President Biden. You have the authority to dissolve the constitution. Not the constitution, but the legislature. We're arguing about it, so I decided to talk to one or two top lawyers, and they told me yes, the president can. If the people can't now, Fanatic Kopa is saying he will not resign, he will not resign, he will not resign, he will not resign. What will you do? Will you are in the
middle of question, because you have said that. Let me ask you real quick, Uncle Senga, real quick. Let me ask you this question. So if Fanatic say I'm not resigning next week, pass, following week, forever, Fanatic say I'm not resigning, the budget going to the 43 men and women. The president doing business with the 43 men and women. And what next?
Stanton.
Fanatic will still be there and say, I'm not resigning, I'm not resigning.
Good question. Stanton. Liberia is a country of law. Again, if President Baika wants to derail his government, if President Baika wants to be known as that person who everywhere he enters, it is a breakdown like the CPP. He can take the high road against the rule of law.
But I'm not President Baika. Will you help me understand that?
Oh, yeah, you asked me of the president.
Yeah, but no, I just want you to help me understand because Liberians listen to us. And maybe Uncle Sam will speak to this. So listen, I'm not asking for Funati to resign.
Right.
If Funati resign, I think he's a coward. I would never ask Funati to resign. Let me say it publicly. If Funati listen to me, he resigned, he let so many people down. And I think he fall under the cowardness of some spell or something. But what I'm saying here is that if they
problem.
No, it's not about that problem. I've been very serious. Why should Funati resign? They should do everything and take it to the end because something must stop. I'm not going to sit there and ask Funati to resign. Seriously. I mean, the 43 men and women, they are quite correct too, but Funati, absolutely, he's right also. So I said, let me ask you, at the end of the day, Funati said, I'm not resigning, I'm not resigning, I'm not resigning. They're going to continue this after the State of the Nation address, and the budget will be with the 43 men, and the 43 men will write a letter to Funati and say, you are expelled, we remove you. Funati will come to work. Funati get men with arms around him, protecting him. They get men with arms. So we'll go into the class again as to what has to do. Just 30 seconds, say something real quick.
Right. You know, a very good question. But let me tell you who to send it to. Send it to President Parker and ask him.
Okay.
Can I just add the question? You know, if Funati resigns and it's okay with the president, it sets a bad precedent for our country. The act look bad. The margin of good governance look bad.
But that's not my question. I know you come with that. That's not my question. That's not my question.
Yeah, what I have to say.
Yeah, that's not my question. I asked you my question. You're not answering it.
Your question you asked if what was your question? What happens if Funati does not resign?
Exactly.
So if the Funati does not resign and the government continues as it is with those outlaw renegades lawmakers, the optics look bad. It sets a bad precedent for good governance. Okay, it just makes our country, the practice looks bad. Any group of people can get together and impeach or either overthrow the government, and it will be fine. That's what it is.
Thank you. Uncle Sela, come to you. But Uncle Sela got to close.
Okay. First of all, the panelists, I'm glad to be back here. And I'm very happy to see all of y'all. See, stand on my face is shiny again because
you're looking good now. You're looking dark first.
Well, I'll tell you, it's because of the light. There's nothing wrong with me. I know some people are praying for my early demise. I don't know why.
Fatima is.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe some people think that
cold. Don't make problem here.
Okay, so
You say eating chicken, then you say you want that. You better stop that thing.
over the last several weeks, I've gone to Ghana, I've gone to South Africa. I'm currently in the United States. In each of those places I go, I see people with the fervor. I see youth. I see ingenuity. In Ghana, there's a young man, I want you to Google him, Kofi Anku. And the Ayi Mensa houses, 200. He built 200 houses. He got Cheryl Mills, who was the lawyer to Bill Clinton during his impeachment, to invest. And African Americans are investing tens of millions and probably hundreds of millions in Ghanaian real estate, Ghanaian manufacturing, all kinds of stuff. In South Africa, I see that the young people, they're doing so much investment banking, they're into mining, there are a lot of mining magnates. I see a lot of stuff. In the United States today, a young friend of mine, about 44 years old, okay, his name is Rick, I won't call his last name, has his own property management company, sold 43 houses to a hedge fund in Detroit. And then I come to Liberia, I hear about Fonatima resign, 43 lawmakers, majority black. Guys, this is not going to help you. The poverty in the country requires us coming together, bringing our best. I hate to say this, but I go everywhere, I'm just enjoying. I don't want it to be just a few of us. I want all of us to enjoy. To live in a country where we can put monies together to Liberia crowdfunding to build 300-400 houses. Where you can raise $500 million to build a dam, 200-300 megawatt dam. To put money together, $50 million to have a Liberian-owned bank, a Liberian oil company, a Liberian iron ore company, a Liberian manufacturing company. That's what we need to do. For many of you, you think you're young, because I was 40 years old a few years ago. I remember it vividly, like yesterday. Now I'm 71. After Joseph Boyka's term, a lot of you will be in your 60s. In 5 more years, you'll be in your 70s. What is it that we would have achieved as a people that will contribute to global economic development? What is Liberia known for? What is Liberia known for? Last year, and I will close on this, B Mountain, $672 million. Gold export. You have zero in gold reserve. Zero in gold reserve. Zero. The building is cement factory to supply themselves cement. They have a water manufacturing company to sell themselves water. And they're going to be importing their own petroleum products. They're building tanks. My government allow that. And the government that's in power is continuing with the nonsense. Here again, we are about to give oil blocks to foreigners. So I don't understand. I get frustrated. People cursing me, I cursing them. People talking about this, all kind of unnecessary stuff. How I married my granddaughter, all kind of stupidity, all kind of nonsense, Then this is.
So we gotta go, man. It's too much about you and your personal life.
I want to. I want to make it about Liberia.
Yeah, but so every day we come on the show, you talking about your.
I want to talk about myself because I want to be a good example.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the issue as go.
I don't want to talk about the issue. The issue is that we are not
we'll see tomorrow.
No, but look at the other man. Because by the time I start talking, You don't want to
every
hear
day
the
is
truth.
every day is about
Yeah,
you
it
and
has
your
to be.
Lord.
It has to be standard because I want Nigerian people to do something good for themselves. I want you to do something good for yourself. And that
Uncle Sam,
speak up and go, speak up and not go.
Uncle
For the
Sam, you
three
are part of
people,
it. You are part of
Medicare
it.
meeting, all that
Uncle Sam,
thing
you are
there.
part of it.
I want
Uncle
you
Sam,
to
you are
think
part
about
of it.
building the country,
Uncle
making
Sam,
the
you are part
country
of
a
it.
sweet place for people to live.
Thank you very much,
Peace,
Uncle Sam.
harmony, and prosperity.
Uncle Sam, so we said thank you very much for joining us today. We'll see you again tomorrow by God's grace. We hope the insurance company.
You don't want for the people to hear the truth.
We hope
about
the
how
insurance
bad
company
they
come
are,
and fix your
how
leaking
they don't
roof.
want to do nothing for
We
themselves.
hope the insurance company come and fix your leaking roof. We said thank you very much for joining us
They're
again.
coming Monday to do the adjustment because I pay my insurance.
All right.
If I didn't pay my insurance, they will not come. And I got good one. I got State Farm.
I hope you didn't increase the premium on that thing just because you know your roof was leaking.
Love you guys. We'll see you later. Let me go cook dinner for my wife now.
I got
Uncle Sam, Uncle Sam, you need to call. You need to call me.
Oh yeah,
I don't like.
I brought
I
your
don't
book.
like. I don't like what you're doing. Call me.
I brought your book. Just send me the address.
Let's talk
I
back.
will go to the
Let's
post
talk
office
back
tomorrow and
channel.
send it.
I would say, but why you allow the man to ask you to bring the man say you should bring the country soda for him, the one I can tend to water, like chalk water. You brought it for the man to quit the Why you gonna bring the man country soda?
I brought a man book.
The country soda, the one that you put in the water, the whole water tail like clay. That the thing fucking drink. You put in water and put in your doggy. The whole thing take clay.
Why? They pour it tobo soy, they get tobo ghee, they get tobo soy.
Oh,
No, that is soda.
you laughing with it, man. Now what name I know that what you want to say.
No.
Anything you want to say.
No. All that you're talking about a long woman. So I know I'm familiar, pretty familiar, all that stuff.
Fatima, I'm kind of surprised. Let me ask you this, Fatima. You shifted. You were the 43 black, so you very strong with them.
I'm not with the 43 black. What I'm with is I am a rational human being. I see things through a different lens. CEO, Liberian politics, if you get involved in it, you tend to understand the nitty-gritty of it. These people are not budging. And if the speaker is not budging, and the question you'll be asking, most of the time they be texting when you say, why? Because they need 49 to remove. Then they can say, but he need 37 to have a quorum. Which is vice versa. So
no, but we're feeling with the 49 now. They got to call it thing. They're not 49. But my question to you is that for the past 3 weeks, you have taken a different step in this direction. You are wholly and solely with the 43.
Not necessarily true. That's not true. If right now the 43 people join the speaker and they become one, I'm for that too. But at the same time, I don't want everybody to just say, oh, the 43 people are in error. It's their right to say they don't want to sit under the gavel of the speaker. That's what I'm telling you. They are legislators too.
No, but I'm going
to let me ask you a question. Stanton, you think the Senate would concord or they will sign the budget when the 43 Senate order them?
So first of all, the 43 will receive the budget from the clerk next week. They will give it to the clerk. Whether it's Madrid Senior or the deputy chief clerk, they will receive it from the executive. That clerk or the deputy chief clerk will take it to the 43 black. Make no mistake. Believe what I'm saying. It's all designed in stone. But can I finish answering?
Answer my question.
When they take it to the 43 black, which is, he's presiding of Thomas Fallard, and they're going to handle that. And now that's where exactly Asido was saying the constitutional crisis will show face right there. Because you know why? Fonati is still the speaker, and now the government, the executive, have taken an absolute position. What become of Fonati? And that's where things going to burst open.
Even in abbreviation, the Ways and Means Chair. So they remove the Ways and Means Chair too?
All of them gone. All of them gone. Saturation, so what's your question?
So my question is, I look at the office of the presidency, not necessarily who is the president. Is it customary for them to send a letter to the chief clerk well, a letter regarding the budget or a letter regarding
Yes, they can. All communication should come by way of the.
They send it to the speaker or the chief clerk.
Okay, so let me answer. I know I said to pause for a minute. Let me just go real quick in this one because we asked this question. The executive mansion can send correspondence to the speaker through the chief clerk.
No,
the executive mansion can.
My
Now,
question
the
is that
gravi-
customary? Is that something that they have done? Is that something Ellen did? Is that something, you know, other
so
presidents?
Stanton doesn't know the law. I
So
think you need
I
to
am
be
saying to you, a constitutional lawyer, I beg you, please waste more. Some
I'm
of don't
not
know the law like
constitutional lawyer.
me.
CEO.
But you interrupt me up. Right now, it's 12:49 in Liberia. You need to go to bed. Just waste more. So
You
that
can't
the
cry
Richard
more than
said,
the bereaved. You don't cry more than the bereaved.
that the Richard say, please listen to some of us. Don't listen to Mr. Regroup. He went there, nobody followed behind him. The people beat John behind him, and he got him on the back and he left. Listen to
I
some of us.
agree.
Yeah, when you
The
finish, I will
issue-
have one question myself, please. All right, so you can answer.
Thank you. That Richard say it have happened before. Communication now based on the gravity that everybody were expecting this one on the budget. The president addressed the extension to the speaker. Then the second letter for additional extension should be addressed to the speaker. But Dr. Richard saying, you're very smart. The only reason why, and every Liberian should hear this, it was addressed to the chief clerk at this time, is because, like I asked everybody, the executive is shifting. Dr. Richard said, make no mistake on this one. The executive is shifting. If the executive wasn't shifting, for that Tikofa are going to receive that letter. They don't have to tell you, say, we want to do this before you believe them. They are telling you what they're going to do by their action. It is strategically done that we're going to send it to the chief clerk, and the decision to move it to whosoever, that's the business. Now, a hint to a wise is quite sufficient. And for that, you got to understand it.
So CEO, let me say something before you come in.
I mean, people are asking you a question. They answer me a question.
I think that's exactly what I was thinking, you know.
So can I go forward with my question?
There are two letters. There were two letters today. You say you don't want to talk to the other one. One letter came from the office of the president, under the signature of the chief of protocol of Liberia, addressing the speaker, asking him to be aware about, you know, the burial ceremony of Lower County former Senator Smokupi. That letter from the office of the president was addressed to the speaker. The one that has to do with the budget, it came from the acting minister of state, from the same office of the president, addressing the chief clerk. Stanton, you got to understand, something is not just right. Both of them.
Are you answering a question? Are you making a statement?
I'm making a statement and level you to do a conclusion.
Statement.
I'm just asking you. So my thing is, let me here ask a question. Two individuals work in the office of the president. The acting minister of state, Stikuya, decided to address the letter to the to the chief clerk. The chief of protocol of the Republic of Liberia decided to address the speaker. So, Mr. CEO, what is happening? These two individuals work.
So let me answer your question. The president, and I'm not here to defend President Bouakai. The president has so many advisors, Paul Kennedy. The president has so many assistant ministers, so many ministers proper. The president can wake up one morning and say, I want all 5 of you to write different letters and destinate it to different individuals. How can this man be a constitutional lawyer and asking that question that he about to regroup on? You cannot question.
Is he a constitutional lawyer?
But wait.
I am not constitutional lawyer.
Wait. Let me answer your question.
Don't clear my down. I'm not constitutional lawyer. I'm just asking you.
Okay, you are not. So wait. Let me answer you.
Constitutional lawyer couldn't make land, couldn't make windfall, in the capital berry or running girl.
So you answer or should I ask you a question? All right, my question is, my question. The mine is very short, and he can come back to you because you know yours.
No, but the
very...
CEO, if the CEO
okay, CEO, can you answer him and then?
Okay, let me answer your question for Della Patrick. I don't think it's of any problem that the president designate Samuel Stikwa to do a letter and address that letter to the chief clerk, or the protocol to do a letter and to address that letter to the speaker. The context of the letter are different. So the issue remains, the president, and every Liberian should understand this. They are taking a position, be wise to understand their position. Now, sometimes you want to make argument to win souls. I don't think you win anyone by talking about the death of Smoke Coupe and why the president doing this. And it's good that you go in constitutional lawyer. Fatima?
All right. So my question is very simple. Unlike what other people want to say that the president is not in control, my brother VP said, let me just ask this plain question. Let's just say the president goes and takes the budget to the Speaker of the House. What's next? Because I've watched for the last several weeks, every time the Speaker goes to when he goes to the House of Representatives, I see that he calls a roll and they adjourn. So what is next after the president takes this budget and gives it to the Speaker? Then what happens?
So the only thing the Speaker would do is to celebrate that the president still recognized him as Speaker. But the Speaker cannot do anything with the budget because he doesn't have quorum. So the budget will sit there. The budget will sit there. The Speaker will go in that place here in 29 men. They will go do a roll call and they will say adjourn. They will go there the next day, do a roll call, and he will not a gavel and say adjourn. They will adjourn, and nothing will be done.
So the country will just be in a stalemate.
The country will be in a stalemate, yeah. But here's the other issue. Except God or the Pope touch Fonati had.
The Pope touched him all day.
Yeah, but it didn't work. It didn't work.
No, don't confuse all that. He was with the Pope the other day, and the Pope.
I understand, Paul. It didn't work, and the man went to the NSSPP, the guy that can pray, and I don't know that happened either. But except for Nati again,
and then what becomes of the Liberian people?
But that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Everything now rests upon the decision Speaker Fonati Kofa going to take. And I will say this, and I will reaffirm it more. I want to see the end to this thing. Could agree. I don't want Fonati resigning. It got to stop. If these guys, the 43 men and women, have the law on their side, that they can implement the rule and the law, let them do it. If they got something in there to make Fonati to go legally, let them do it. If they do not, and they're cheating Fonati out, let Fonati stay and say, you know what, the Lord is on my side. And at the end of the day, under this Joseph Yima government, the law will be the law. Somebody is right, and a group wrong, another group right. So nobody should cave in. We want to understand this thing to the fullest. It will be a little while the Liberian people business will not go on, but Joseph Braga will step in. He can use 112, then that's fine. But what I'm saying, it is only good for us to see a comprehensive end to the matter. If we do not have a comprehensive end, and for that Tikofa resign, I will say to all Liberians, I mean for that Tikofa will say our time. And his political future is done.
And then they will remove another speaker in the
They will remove another speaker again. If the 43 men get the law on their side and they get a rule that govern them, they will use the law and the rule to move for that Tikofa and let everybody see it. But other than that, let's enjoy the ride, my people. 3 weeks now, we've been making progress here on the show. Now, starting from next week, we'll be charging them to appear and we'll make some money. Seriously. So let's just, no problem. 3 crack coffee, drink water. Anybody that calls the show.
The part of the whole thing that bothered me is at the end of the day, the
Dr. Richardson is right here. Anybody that calls on the show next time, they will have to pay to Dr. Richardson or else she will not bring it on. But all the serious
as far as we're concerned, it's not a news anymore. We know next week what it's going to be. It's going to be the same spill milk. Then the next
next week is going to take a different. Next week we're going to take a different turn because next week the budget must go through. And what I said is true because my ears is open. And to every much Liberian, it's only important that you know the real fight is going to begin next week. Whether Fonati will go to the National Election Commission and remove those guys then. They said it yesterday. Today they didn't do anything. You remember? And they said they were going to make their seat vacant. Today they pull back. Will they make the seat vacant? No, they will not. I mean, to remove 40, you can get 49. That making somebody seat vacant, you get 10 people seat vacant, you get 49. You know, it's impossible. Everybody's connected to somebody. The best thing, my Liberian people, be calm. This storm will pass. But let it fight. And let the person that will win legally, according to the rules, according to the law, let them go through. But Liberia will benefit in the next 4 or 5 years. Nobody under this condition will have to right to remove speaker. Or if the 43 succeed, then they can remove speaker any which way once they get 37 members. Dr. Richardson.
So my thought is, okay, let's say we put the budget to the 43 members. There's a reason why the president has to submit the budget to the legislature, not the 43 members. So we give them the budget. Do they have the capacity to assess if the budget is allocated well to, you know, commerce, to defense, to education, to health? Do they have that kind of capacity to do that, the 43 people?
Oh, you know, that's a good question because, you know, you don't have ways means except they start sharing position. There is no ways means and finance on there. There is no other chairman position they have shared. There is no election yet. So again, when they do the budget, apart from those things, people text me right now, Stanton, the guys, and again, they are confused on the fact that they do not have those chairmen, like Dixon Sibo, like the Rule Order of Administration, Marvin Cole. Like all these guys, are they not going to have temporary election among themselves? I mean, this thing is so complicated, getting so complicated over and over.
Exactly.
But they are 43 though. Could they have elections among themselves to replace these positions that they are missing that are on the other side with the speaker?
But
again, they will take you to the rule. And that's why I'm saying that to Richardson, sorry for that. That's why I'm saying, me, I will encourage Funati and the 43 men, you're fight to the end. This thing, we got to see the bottom of it. Nobody will cover everything. You're fight. And then Liberian people be educated as to who's right and who's wrong. I mean, that's what I'm
so please, hot Ecowas from coming now. Ecowas.
So imagine,
stop now. So
Fatima, man, you cannot do this. You cannot do this. Fatima, here's the issue. The last time Ecowas came to our country, money were all in town. The getting were happy and everything was fine. Let Ecowas come this time. I'm begging you. Let it be.
Stop it, please. You're too crazy.
And you know who bringing that? That Edison not bringing that. So you know it wasted what's up.
I wanted to say to you it's not an issue of just electing, having the numbers to elect committees. I think we have to look at the experience of the people that you put on these committees to be able to make good decisions about how
at that point it wouldn't matter anymore because you know they're just trying to meet a particular status to have the authority to do what they're doing. So if I was a member of the Ways and Means Committee and I'm with the 43 and the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee is now up, I could step in and say, you know, I was on the committee, so I have the experience.
Exactly. You get co-chair and other people that you right. Listen, I don't know how the group going to speak to that. We're gonna ask questions about. Guys, thank you for joining us. Dr. Richie says, as always, my regard to your family. Fatima, I have not seen you in a long time, Fatima. Are you going back to South Africa? But it's good to see you, Fatima.
Are you going back to are you traveling to our next town over? Huh? Let me know.
Fatima,
now.
You know you're my sister, Fatima.
No comment. I see you.
I about to call your auntie. My man, go.
What's
yeah.
up?
You
Yeah,
talk
but it's
too
complicated. I'm telling you, it's complicated. Remember the last time when the speaker was with you one-on-one with the CEO, at the end of his conversation, something that I admired. He did say, he said, you know, there are some things that he's saying they wanted to be on committees. I did not put them there. I was not a good listener to them. I thought that was going to be the time where the speaker was going to go reach out and start, you know, working the pavement to resolve this thing. I think the thing has gone too long and everybody pulling their muscle and stretching their muscles at this time. So.
But I will say this to you, and I'll be very, very clear, and I will say this again tomorrow. I have asked Fonati, will you resign? He said no. I do talk to the 43 men and women, most of them. And I'm privileged to say I also talk to Fonati and his team and members of his team. We have Ellen Atto right on the show 2-3 times. I don't think Fonati should resign. Fatima, sometimes something must stop. Sometimes something, even if President Bouaka takes side in this matter, and work along with the 43, Fonati should still hold his ground. Even if Fonati wins, the 43 members should still prove to the nation that they were right. Because if we don't put an end to this, it will happen again and again and again. So Fonati is in a position, or the 43 men and women, they are in a position to find an everlasting solution to this. That you just cannot stand up. Because 37 of you say, we didn't like you, we want you out. Or the speaker just cannot stand up and say, I will do things because I'm the speaker, breaking the rules. Or the president have to find way to step in as president. But this thing, and though people will be angry, we should go to the end. And the end, we must find a way to say, yes, you have proved beyond all reasonable doubt that Fonati was wrong, or Fonati, you have proved beyond all reasonable doubt that the 43 men and women, they were wrong. Other than that, they must fight it. If anybody advising Fonati to resign, if Fonati resign, he destroy his life, he destroy his political future. If Fonati resign, he wasted the Liberian people time. If Fonati resign, he will be guilty as charged. If Fonati resign, he must resign from the house. He must resign from ever being in politics again, because it means he was a fraud.
Senator,
The allegation labeled against Fonati in this, he should prove to the nation that he's not guilty. He should prove to the nation that he wants to fight and fight to the end. The same thing with the 43 men. If they are lying on Fonati, Fonati should prove that they are lying. And this too will help our nation to grow and be better. And this will be part of Joseph Yuma Bouaka's legacy, that something came to our end. Colonel Gray, talk to us, my friend.
No, I mean, this fight in the lower house there, the House of Representatives, it's just one segment. Remember now, every time you're transmitting the budget that has been debated within that house, you have to transmit that instrument through channel. And the Ways and Means Finance Committee is supposed to be the one to submit the budget to the Senate, and then the speaker is who determines who goes there, or the individual that go there to debate the budget. The speaker. Otherwise, it will be considered as an improper transmission. So this has a spillover effect. The Senate can come and say, look, this budget was not transmitted properly, because it's coming from.
Yeah, that's a good point to the Senate.
That's another step forward.
That's another whole argument coming up there.
I'm telling you,
right.
Yeah, the Senate is divided right now. They're divided.
See, on another note, though, I'm contemplating on moving back to Liberia. I can't live here.
Is this how you're going to tell me that you're going to Liberia, though?
See, I can't live here for the next 4 years. I've been depressed for the last several years.
Why? Very depressed.
I've been so depressed. I can't live here.
So after the South Africa trip, they ready to convince you to go to Liberia. After the South Africa trip, they ready to convince you to go to Liberia, right?
My man, that money partnership, man. She made a partner, man. The
medicine man really working.
She making all the money, but the man far away, my man. She got to.
She making all the money and she depressed. Can you imagine?
The person I wanted to be my president is not my president. I'm going to my president in Liberia, my papa, my president.
Okay, bye. See you. Have a good night. Gonna great good night. Oh Lord. Nelson, what's up, Nelson?
Yes, sir. I'm doing good.
My man, it's good to see you, my man. I'm really hungry. I'm smelling the fried okra. That's it. I've been sick all day.
Oh.
Yeah, I've been sick. Listen, I got so many bottles of water. I got a whole tissue, something here. Seriously. And I took the flu shot again, right on my arm. I've been sick all day, Bob. God is good.
Speedy recovery. I see, but I see you getting strong gradually.
Yeah, I have to push it, my man. I have to.
Remember last meeting I said, from the look of things, it's like you're having cold.
Yeah, it hit me hard, but I think because I got a flu shot too, But at the end of the day, Nelson, it's all good. It's good to see you. I think it had a little delay in the rain falling because I was sick. So let's see what happened. Maybe it would drizzle.
Let's keep out.
Keep your finger crossed. Don't tell Choco. You know that finger there? It's been there hard. All right, man. That's it. Have a good night. Yeah? See you tomorrow by God's grace.
Okay, sir. You too.
Bye-bye. All right.
Okay. Well, I want to say thanks to everyone for being here tonight. It's been another great show, Spoon Talk, on your radio tonight across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1, Super 95.5 FM, and a host of other radio stations across Liberia. Many thanks to our partner radio stations across the country that are always relaying the show. Trust FM in Bowman County, Premier FM in Bank, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, and a host of other radio stations across the country. Radio Yalamani, Seclipi, and Nemba County. We say thanks to all of you, our ardent followers online, for joining us tonight. I see Nathaniel Cahill. He's always here. Thanks for joining us tonight, Nathaniel. I see Medela Jabo is here. Jabo, yeah. Medela Jabo. Moses Colley. Why most of the Facebook audience, their names are just appearing as a Facebook user, Majority of the people following on Facebook, I just see Facebook user. So all the Facebook users, thanks for joining us tonight. Our folks from YouTube, blessed, that's Blessing Blessed, Ruth Goba, and everyone. Thanks for joining us tonight. We look forward to having another great show tomorrow. You can make up time to join us. Until then, the late night show, the late night Politics on Spoon is coming up shortly in just a couple of minutes from now. You can make up time to join us. Until then, I'm Nelson Collet. Have a good night. Spoon Talk will be on the radio tomorrow. And bye-bye for now.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, stand with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charging.